So, Donald Trump has been patient. He's been polite. Iran has not. Iran has been terrible this entire time. I don't even know how he's able to work with Iran, to be honest. I don't know. How do you do that? How do you work with a country that wants your underlying demise? You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Unbelievable. So give me 1 second. We're going to... we got Annie in the house. We'll probably have Eric Von Erich show up here in a second, too. We got everybody. Getting the screens all set up real quick. Sorry about that, everybody. I wasn't as prepared as I thought. I'm never really prepared when I start this show. I'm usually flying by the seat of my pants. So select a live video. Select that one. But yeah, Trump is slamming Iran, man. Iran's done, dude. Iran is cooked. And we're going to see why. Because Iran thinks that it could just have two little tiny boats firing at ships in the Strait of Hormuz, dude. Honestly, this has got... Iran can't think that they... Here's the thing. Our posturing, our trying to sign a deal isn't going to work with Iran. I just don't have faith in it. Iran has one of the worst mindsets I've ever seen for a country. And whether people want to admit this or not, Iran is cooked. Iran is completely and utterly cooked. I know this is going to come as a shocker to a lot of people, but Iran is done for. People don't want to come to that conclusion. But Iran's cooked, dude. Iran is cooked. You know that I'm right about this. And Donald Trump's coming. Donald Trump is tired of their shit, bro. I know I am. I'm tired of reading about Iran. I want this war to end as much as anybody else. But Iran's got to come to the table. Clearly they're not. Okay, let's get the headphones on. Let's get the headphones on and let's go, dude. 'Cause I am not afraid to keep on living. I am not afraid to walk this world alone. Okay, sorry, I was listening to an interesting playlist on the way back yesterday. I got a few songs stuck in my head. I was listening to Spotify and stuff. All right, let us proceed. Let me go to YouTube's. All right, let's take a look, man. So Trump is basically done with Iran. I think Trump's just done. I think he's tired of Iran's crap. I know I am. Dude, if I were Donald Trump, I would just take the military and I would... I think you know what I would do. There we go. All right, so we got everything up and running. We got the poll going. We're going to react to a little Daddy Donald, man. All right, Hormuz standoff. Trump issues new warning as Iran fires at vessels. Let's take a look.
Got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years, and nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force.
Absolutely, dude. Trump needs to take them on, dude. Trump absolutely needs to take them on.
Close up the strait again, as they've been doing for years, and they can't blackmail us.
President Trump warning Iran as the terror regime closes the Strait of Hormuz while opening fire on at least two vessels. Meanwhile, the Supreme Leader issuing new threats as the ceasefire is set to end this week, Tuesday night, in fact. Former U.S. Navy Lieutenant...
Okay, so they got until Tuesday to make a decision. Is Iran going to come to the table or are they going to get obliterated? It's as simple as that. Either you come to the negotiating table and do something, or you get obliterated, and there's no other option. You either agree to the U.S.'s demands or you don't. It's as simple as that. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, period, end of story. I think we all know this, man. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Period. End of story.
And Commander Tom Sauer, a mine specialist with extensive experience in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, joins us now. Good morning, Commander.
Hey, good morning, Lucas. Good to be here again.
So with your experience in mine countermeasures, what is...
Rick0615 says, the similarities between Iran and the Democratic Party is stunning.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. That's a great comment, Rich Tozo. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for sharing the stream,
Annie01200
Annie.
says, BRB gonna share the stream on X. ETRN7CH says, last night was Kururayast bro.
It was a wild ride, man. Wild ride.
the best way for the U.S. Navy to open the strait?
Well, I think you have to realize that we've got already
By the way, if you guys think that Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time, make sure that you double tap your screen to like the stream one more time. Double tap the screen to like the stream if you guys think that Donald Trump's the man. If you guys want J.D. Vance to be the president in 2028, double tap your screen as well. If you guys think that Iran has already lost this conflict, double tap your screen. Just double tap your screen if you want to support the channel in general. So I appreciate you guys.
Navy EOD brothers are already, as we speak, using expeditionary mine countermeasures, XMCM, to search the area of the strait. Keep in mind that as of this morning, not a single mine has been confirmed, has been found. A ship has not struck a mine. And we have reason to believe, due to indications and warnings, as we say, that there might have been a dozen, maybe more mines that have been laid somewhere in the Strait of Hormuz in the designated danger area that the Iranians laid out on the map, which just happens to be in the main internationally recognized traffic separation schemes for.
Hey, thank you guys for tapping the like. Thank you guys for tapping the like button or double tapping the screen to like the stream. We're kind of a smaller channel, so we're trying to get as many likes as we can get. So if you guys can, just the simple act of liking the video really goes a long way. So make sure you guys double tap your screen to like the stream if you haven't already. So we really appreciate it. Look, if you guys love Trump as much as I do, double tap the screen. If you guys love J.D. Vance, double tap your screens. Let's go, dude.
For shipping traffic. So we have units there who are searching right now. It does not happen overnight. It does take some time, while at the same time.
But no, really, though, I do want to thank you guys for double tapping the like button, though. I'm sorry, double tapping the screen to like the stream. It really does help. We're a smaller channel, so help us out. Please, please, I'm desperate.
We have additional mine countermeasures assets coming in by sea. We've got the USS Miguel Keith, and also the USS Pioneer and USS Chief, which are mine countermeasure ships that are on their way from.
Gus, how the hell is Iran playing Trump like a drum? If anything, Trump is being nice to Iran. Trump is trying desperately to work this out with Iran. He is trying, dude, Trump is trying desperately to work this out with Iran. Iran doesn't want to play ball. So therefore, Trump's going to have to be the umpire that throws him out of the game. Trump is the umpire, man. He holds the cards. All right. Trump can throw out anybody he wants. He's got the ability. He's got the cards. So double tap the screen if you love Trump as much as I do. Double tap the screen if you want J.D. Vance 2028. Let's go, dude. Double tap the screen to like the stream if you guys want J.D. Vance 2028. Let's go, bro.
From Japan. It takes a while for them to get there, but they'll be on there for the more robust mine clearing. So that's how we're going to take care of that situation. But it really just comes down to now
Yeah, Iran just signed their own death sentence then. If they're saying no, they say no to the negotiations. Well, then good. Then Iran just signed their own death sentence. It's as simple as that. Iran just signed their death sentence right there. You know I'm right. They just signed their own death warrant. Because if they're not, dude, if they're not willing to work with the United States on this one, they're cooked. Iran is so completely cooked right now. And I think you guys know that I'm right on this. Come on. If you guys think that Iran is cooked and Iran has lost this conflict, double tap the screen to like the stream. If you guys think that Donald Trump is basically obliterating Iran with the military, double tap the screen. If you guys think that, if you guys want, look, if you guys are just tired of the left in general, if you guys have woke fatigue like I do, look, I've got extreme woke fatigue. And if you guys have it, double tap the screen to like the stream. Let's go, dude.
The president's...
Annie's saying, what's Annie saying here real quick? Hold on.
Annie01200 says, yeah, Trump just said if there's no deal he's taking out the power plants.
And this is why Iran is so dumb. It's crazy. Iran is signing their own death wish, dude. They're signing their own death wish. Their own death warrant. And, I mean, I hope they're aware of this. Maybe they're not. I don't think Iran's very aware of anything. No, Trump's on the right path, dude. Trump is absolutely on the right path with this one.
Absolutely correct. The Iranians are being cute, as he says, and also keep in mind that we took out their Navy, their Air Force, all their mine laying, all their significant mine laying capability. And there's different factions right now because we don't actually know who is in control of Iran, who's calling the shots. You heard Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi saying, yes, the strait is open, and then the IRGC decides to say something else. So it's not really clear right now just because it's a very disjointed, fractured, and faction country because we took out just about everything.
Now, last weekend while I was in Pakistan, the
Dude, Iran's so cooked right now, dude. Iran is so freaking cooked. It's insane how cooked they are.
U.S. Navy sailed a pair of guided missile destroyers through the strait in a freedom of navigation operation. It was done during the ceasefire. Can you talk about the challenges of operating U.S. warships in the strait after the ceasefire during a contested environment?
It's crazy that Iran's doing... I mean, then again, Iran's crazy. They're only doing things that are to the detriment of their own civilization. Iran clearly doesn't care about its own people. Iran's government, I don't even think cares about themselves. I think that they just... It sounds like they just want to die. I don't know. I'm sorry. The U.S. has already proven that they've obliterated most of the military for the Iranians. Like... The Iranian military is gone. It is gone. Like, liberals in the chat, how often do I have to tell you guys, Trump has won this. And by the way, Iran has lost mightily. And if they don't come to the table, Trump has given the final ultimatum. If you don't sign a deal by the time that this ceasefire is done, we're going after your power plants and bridges. That's what he's basically saying. That's what Trump is saying. The bridges, the power plants, dude, Iran's going to be cooked because of this. And the Iranian government clearly doesn't care about its own people because they told their people to basically stand in front of those power plants, in front of those facilities. And this is wild. Like, can we be honest with each other here? Can we be honest?
Well, you're absolutely right. When the USS Murphy and the USS Peterson cruise through that area, obviously they are not dedicated mine countermeasure ships at all, but they do have some capability. And I have heard that they
look. If you guys think that Trump is on the if you guys think that I'm on the right side of history for supporting Trump, double tap the screen. If you guys think that I'm on the right side of history for wanting JD Vance to be the president in 2028, double tap your screens to like the stream.
Did find on their sonar something, we're not sure, couldn't confirm it, but they were marked, and so we're keeping clear of that. So obviously it's a very dangerous contested area right now. There's a lot of uncertainty, but it takes time, and we're eventually going to be able to search all that. And furthermore, those ships are there to enforce the blockade on Iran. Keep in mind, it is not a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, but instead on all Iranian ports. And anyone seen that's violating that blockade will be interdicted by the U.S. Navy, because there are thousands of Marines who are floating outside of the Strait of Hormuz that would love the opportunity to get some work in.
You
know
talk
what I mean?
about the challenge.
Yeah, those Marines, by the way, because they're sick and tired of Iran too. I think a lot of people are sick and tired of Iran. The U.S. military is. They're sick and tired of the Iranian military is what they're sick of. They're sick of the IRGC, which is the Iranian Guard, and they're sick of the Iranian leadership. They want to take them all out. Granted, I don't blame them. It makes perfect sense to me. Take out the entire regime. Just take it out. Take out the entire effing regime. There is no reason for this regime to continue to exist, is what I'm trying to get at.
I sure do indeed. Can you talk about the challenges of going against those IRG small boats? Yes, President Trump claims that Iran's Navy has been destroyed, but the IRGC has a lot of those little gunboats sailing around the Strait of Hormuz, and one of them even opened fire on that Iranian tanker.
Yeah, that's right. So those are what we call the Gashti class
That's freaking wild, dude.
boats. And what these really are is, just think of it like a Boston whaler or like a fiberglass speedboat with outboard motors that just happen to have a machine gun or a small rocket launcher on there. And the thing is like, you can detect those ships by radar, but you can't confirm what they are until you're really within visual range. So that's why we've got tons of ISR everywhere. But it's also very difficult to determine until you're right on top of them. Hey, is that a civilian fishing boat? Is that some sort of, non-military one? So it really does come down to...
I think it's like Iran Royal Guard commanders. It's basically it's what they call their military. It's like the Iranian Royal Guard command or something. Either way, their military sucks. Their military sucks. The Iranian military sucks. So honestly, no, I really am a big fan of what Donald Trump is doing. By the way, if you guys support what Donald Trump is doing, double tap your screens to like the stream. If you guys want JD Vance to be the president in 2028, double tap your screens, man. Double tap them. Let's go, dude. I want Vance 2028, man. I would rather have Vance in my pants than walls in my balls, I'll tell you that.
Nuisance and harassment attacks by these ships, but they don't stand any real threat to American forces. But obviously, it's a harassment and nuisance, quite frankly, to shipping traffic, which is part of the reason why it's it's slowing things down. This is all part of the plan. It was this is something that we knew would happen, and this is part of our calculated risk. But I don't think anyone has any real doubt of the outcome, that we can suffer a lot more of pain than the Iranians have.
Well, I saw those gunboats while transiting the Strait of Hormuz myself about a decade ago. Thank you so much, Commander Sauer. Appreciate your insight.
Thanks so much for having me, Lucas.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
Well, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. But honestly, though, Operation Epic Fury has been an extreme success. It has absolutely been a success, more than anything, more than people realize. And, yeah. So give me one moment. I want to see what the latest Iran news is. Hold on. Or actually, I just want to look up Trump, dude. Trump's the GOAT, dude. Oh, actually, we'll look this one up. We'll look this up.
President Trump reportedly holding a Situation Room meeting yesterday with top officials as he weighs whether or not to extend the ceasefire with Iran, which ends Tuesday night.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us now from Israel with the latest. Trey, good morning.
Oh, wait, I feel like we watched this already. Hold on, I'm an idiot. Maybe we have. I don't know. Hold on, let me look at my history here. Okay, so Hormuz standoff. Oh, actually, we didn't watch this. Hold on.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. The ceasefire between the United States and Iran is set to expire in just 72 hours. And already the Iranians are testing the agreement. Over the weekend, two vessels that were trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz reported gunfire toward
Iran is
their
making
ships.
so many dumb
Other vessels
moves.
were able
They're
to
making
pass, but
so
the
many
Iranians
dumb
say the
moves.
strait is closed once again and in their control.
If traffic is still taking place in the strait today and is proceeding, we control the strait. Now, for 2 or 3 days, the U.S.
I mean, that's freaking insane, bro. That is so freaking... I mean, like, this guy's delusional. This Iranian military commander is delusional as crap. He can't be serious. Iran... Here's the thing. Either Iran gets annihilated, which is very possible, by the way, if they don't come to an agreement. And by the way, if they break the agreement at any time, they will get punished straight up. So it's like it's a real deal, man. Iran doesn't have the cards.
The U.S. has deliberately laid siege. What does siege mean? It means that everyone comes and goes, but Iran doesn't go. What a foolish and ignorant decision.
The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports...
Iran doesn't deserve to go. Iran doesn't deserve to be funded. All Iran deserves is to have their government dismantled and their entire military dismantled. Straight up. All their weapons need to go. A weak Iran is a good Iran. A weak Iran's a good Iran. Let's pull. Double tap the screen if you guys love Donald Trump as much as I do. If you guys think that Donald Trump's the man, double tap the screen. If you guys think J.D. Vance is pretty much a hunk, double tap the screen. Come on.
Remains in effect. CENTCOM said that 23 vessels complied with their warnings to turn around on Saturday. Additional vessels were forced to turn around today. President Trump spoke from the Oval Office over the weekend about the situation in the Strait.
They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are...
I mean, Iran's basically got nothing at this point. Iran's cooked. Whether you guys want to admit it or not, Iran is completely cooked.
It is regime change.
The Iranians continue to threaten U.S. forces in the region, but while the Iranians are talking, the Americans are preparing, sending dozens of additional transport planes to the region over the weekend.
The upper hand is with our forces. We hold the advantage. We have not struck many of the targets. In other words, we have left some more important matters for later stages. And if matters return to war again, we hold the upper hand.
What? This guy's delusional. He's saying that the Iran government has the upper hand. Dude, your guys' military is in complete shambles. The IRGC Brigadier General says, how the hell do you guys even have... You guys don't even have the cards. You guys have no cards. How can you guys have the upper hand when all your cards are gone? Your military's cooked, bro. Come on, man. Iran's so cooked, dude. Iran's just not willing to admit it. Like, I'll give you an example. When I'm playing chess against my buddy Jake, and he comes up with some good moves and kicks my ass, or is about ready to kick my ass, sometimes I resign. I resign because I know that he's already won. And there's no way I'm coming back from this. So the Portland Trailblazers are playing at 6 p.m. today, Pacific Standard Time, against the San Antonio Spurs, man. I'm excited about this. NBA playoffs, baby. It's that time of the year, man. NBA freaking playoffs, bro. All right, let's keep watching.
We can stop oil production. We can shut down 15 million barrels of oil a day and keep it suspended for an entire year. We did not want to create major disruption in the world, so we showed patience and acted with restraint.
Did you? Did you? No, you didn't, dude. Iran sucks, dude. Iran is deceiving the world. Iran's deceiving the world, dude. And honestly, I hope Trump does whatever he needs to do to get these a-holes out of any form of power that they may think that they have. Trump holds the cards, whether you guys like to admit it or not. Trump holds the freaking cards, bro. Holds them.
The reality is,
holds them steady, by the way.
The United States has the upper hand, the most powerful military in the world that is preparing if negotiations fail. Guys?
So, Trey, clear this up, because there seems to be some confusion about whether the strait is open or not.
I spoke with regional sources over the weekend who said the strait is effectively closed because the Iranians are now firing on vessels that are trying to...
That's crazy, man. Iran is just so dumb. They're too dumb. This isn't going to work. An agreement with Iran's not going to work. Even if they do sign an agreement, they're going to break it like 2 seconds later. There's no point in negotiating with them because the Iranian government's basically a bunch of terrorists. They kill they killed their own citizens for protesting. Like, let that sink in for a second. Iran's government killed their own protesters in massive scale for protesting the current regime. Let that sink in, people. So for anybody who's siding with Iran and saying, oh, the Iranian government's the victim here, to be honest, the people of Iran have been the victim. They've been the victim of a terrible, terrible government. So the U.S. is doing the Iranian people a favor, obviously, and Iranian people actually want this, by the way. The Iranian people want this, straight up. So, whatever. You know, I know people ain't seeing where I'm coming from. But yeah, no, I do believe that Iran is completely cooked in this instance, and I just don't think that Iran stands a chance. That's just my belief on it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that Iran even stands a remote chance, or what do you think what do you even think the outcome is? Because I still don't believe Iran even has a shot at this point. And to those of you who do, I mean, like, you know, good for you, but I think it's delusional to even think that Iran's got even close to a shot at this. They just don't. And I'm serious. Double tap, by the way, double tap the screen if you think that Iran's cooked. If you think that Iran is completely cooked, double tap the screen. If you guys believe that Donald Trump has the upper hand, double tap the screen. If you guys are just tired of hearing about Iran in general, double tap your screens.
Pass through. We know that some vessels were able to make it through the strait, but the Iranians came out after President Trump said the strait was open, saying that it's closed and it's in their control. What's interesting, though, is that the Iranian foreign minister even said exactly what President Trump was saying, only hours later to be rebuffed by his own state media through officials there in the IRGC, saying that the foreign minister's statement was incorrect. So the Iranians don't even know the answer to that question. And it gives you a sense of how effective the U.S. and Israeli campaign against the Iranian regime was over the past 45 days, because it sent an inability for the Iranians to communicate within their ranks. And also there are clear disagreements between not only the foreign minister, but also the speaker of Iran's parliament and top IRGC officials about what to do with the Strait of Hormuz. Guys?
Trey, so the Iranian regime is saying, well, we've got the upper hand and we can just shut off oil for, you know, up to a year if we want, and that'll hurt you, but it actually hurts China, right? The most?
Oh, yeah, that would hurt China completely, actually. That would actually severely hurt China in that instance, if you think about it. Holy crap. Holy smokes. But yeah, no, I say block off Iran's ability to send oil out from their shores. You know, Iran, here's the only thing that Iran knows. Iran cannot be negotiated with. The only thing that they seem to know is, unfortunately, violence. And it sucks. You know, it's, Iran's government's cooked. I think a lot of people are aware that Iran's government is completely cooked. It's just obvious. At least to me, it's obvious. I don't know if it's obvious to anybody else, but let's keep going.
Yeah, it hurts China and other countries. The United States relies very little on the oil that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz, just a few percentage points when you look at the spreadsheet.
So do you guys think that because of all these events, do you guys think the stock market's going down or up? So what are your guys' predictions on where the market's going to go on Monday? Do you guys think it's going? I mean, if it's going down, I mean, I'm happy. Anytime there's a red day in the markets, that's when I buy up anyway. I start buying stocks on red days anyway. So as you all know, I'm a red day buyer. All day, every day, man. I'm a red day buyer. That's just how I roll. But yeah, no, I feel like overall I'm on the right side of history, man. Trump doesn't look weak, man. In fact, if anything, Trump looks like he's on the right track. How does Trump look weak? How in this instance does Trump look weak? I don't understand that. You're telling me Trump looks weak, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think Trump looks strong. Trump has been strong this whole time. In fact, what he's trying to do, he's trying to be strong, but at the same time, he's trying to find a method to peace. Here's the thing about Donald Trump that people don't realize. He doesn't want to warmonger. He wants to get to the negotiation table. He wants to make shit happen. And look, Iran needs to just meet the demands because Iran cannot and should not have a nuclear weapon. Period. End of story. Iran should definitely never, ever have a nuclear weapon. Period. End of story. I think it's very clear.
For American usage of this oil. Some European countries, the number is 20 or 30%. But as it relates to the Iranians, what they are describing here is actually a situation that is hurting their economy, not the U.S. economy, because the Iranians use Karg Island for 90% of their crude oil processing.
That's true. And we basically took over Karg Island, if I remember correctly. Didn't we bomb? Didn't the U.S. military totally bomb Karg Island and got rid of all the facilities that Iran has there? I mean, that's another thing. Iran's, like I keep saying, man, Iran is cooked. And nobody's taking me seriously on this one.
Strait of Hormuz is a critical waterway to export their oil. So the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports was described to me today as strategic excellence by President Trump, understanding that this is choking off the main ability for the Iranian economy to function. And so while the Iranians make many of these statements publicly, privately, they are very worried about what is taking place.
By the way, if you guys think that Trump is on the right track, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. So, look, if you guys want J.D. Vance in 2028, please subscribe. If you guys think that this channel's awesome for loving Trump, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, man. We need more subscribers anyway. We're trying to get to 10. We're trying to get to 20,000 eventually. But yeah, like I said, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It really does help a smaller channel like ours grow. We're at 10,093 subscribers. Once again, we're at 10,093 subscribers. We're trying to get to 10,100 before the stream ends. But yeah, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Let's go, dude. Look, if you're tired of woke people telling you what to do, please subscribe. If you guys want to see Trump win this, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys are pro-MAGA, please subscribe, man. We're looking for as many subscribers as possible. So more subscribers, the better, man. So thank you guys for taking the time to subscribe. And let's keep watching.
And again, they don't hold the cards at the negotiating table or on the battlefield. And it gives President Trump a variety of options if the Iranians are unwilling to move the needle. Remember, just over the weekend, it looked like there was some progress being made toward a second round of direct talks between the United States and Iran. Now the Iranians are saying they're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. They are saying they're not willing to give up their highly enriched uranium, and they say they are prepared to return to war with the United States. They're trying to call President Trump's bluff, and as we have seen in the past,
do they really want to go to war with the United States? I mean, that's stupid. First off, you can't go to war with virtually no military. Your military's cooked, Iran. Just fucking face it, bro. Iran's entire military is cooked. I mean, the level of delusion here. The level of delusion from Iran. Look, there are times that you can win things, and there are times that you're going to lose. The United States is being very reasonable, by the way. Very reasonable to a very unreasonable government. So the United States of America's government is being very reasonable to the unreasonable Iranian government. Period. End of story.
The president is not bluffing. He is very serious about the situation with Iran, and there are two options for the Iranians. Either they make a good faith deal and give up their enriched uranium, or it will be taken from them.
Trey, it's Lucas. Pakistani media is reporting today it looks like there's been some C-17 flights into Islamabad. It looks like talks could be resuming this week. You talk about the chaos inside Iran with the leadership, the IRGC versus the politicians. What do you think the next steps are with these talks? Could they be resuming this week?
It's a great question. There was a delegation from Pakistan that arrived in Tehran late last week and tried to move the ball forward. And the Iranians even acknowledged this. They said they received new proposals from the Americans, but they'd not yet responded. We're at the last minute here, down to the wire, less than 72 hours away before this ceasefire ends. And the president has indicated he's not really interested in extending the ceasefire agreement. If the Iranians are willing to make a good faith deal, they're going to make it right now. And so the question is whether or not there are going to be a second round of direct talks this week in Islamabad, Pakistan. Preparations appear underway for that possibility. But again, the president yesterday holding that situational assessment at the White House with top generals, military commanders, and cabinet officials. And so the president understands the battlefield here. And we are looking at a situation where there's either going to be an agreement or the war in some capacity is going to resume. And so in the coming days, we expect to get more information about the possibility of talks. President Trump has indicated he prefers a diplomatic option, but remains prepared should this campaign resume.
The clock is ticking indeed. Trey, thank you very much.
Thanks, Trey. Let's hope that things
Crazy,
de-escalate and negotiations resume. We'll make one note. This blockade on Iranian oil is really significant because their ability to store the oil that they're pumping is almost at a max right now. And so people
Man, you know what? I'm so sick, by the way, of Sal. So we have talked about Sal, the guy that runs the stupid Coos Bay area page, which is basically just a Democrat political page at the end of the day, masquerading as a it's basically a wolf in sheep's clothing. So it's basically a Democrat propaganda page for Coos Bay, and it sucks. It sucks. But anyway, TJ has been mocked time and time again on that page, and I got to admit, Sal's a piece of crap, dude. Sal is a legitimate piece of garbage, and yeah. Anyway, let's keep watching.
People think, well, okay, so you just shut off your pump. It's not like a faucet. Right. If you're not constantly pumping, actually those wells can be damaged. So there could be long-term permanent damage or very expensive damage to these wells, and so they are thinking about that as well. They need that blockade so we can do the blockade.
So here's the thing, man. Iran's going to screw their own economy. Iran's cooked. is all I got to say. Iran is completely cooked. They got no shot at this point.
Of their oil, and they're thinking about that as they're
But
moving
Iran
forward.
doesn't want to make a deal unless the blockade gets removed.
Of course, because it's a part of
And the ultimate takeaway is that it further brings Iran's economy.
I mean, dude, the arrogance of Iran in this small Weena gang thinking that they have any sort of cards. And by the way, let's give a shout out to Sonia Smith. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel Sonia. Vito the Viper, thank you for the 100 for 2 jewels. By the way, I appreciate you big time, brother. So everybody give a shout out to my boy Vito the Viper. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Thank you for the 100 for 2 jewels. Anybody who wants to give any sort of... Michael Will says Coos Bay had some embarrassing people when Yeah, dude, Coos Bay is basically a boomer town. Luckily, I've made enough money to where I can live in this boomer town comfortably. It's kind of weird. I'm kind of like a functionally retired person at this point in my life, which is really weird. Kind of cool though. I mean, it's kind of neat because of all the, the swing trading and stuff that I do. It allows me to be to live a very comfortable life, which is good. The profits that I get at least keep me and I got tons of money in my checking account. Basically, I'm well off, which is nice. I put myself in the position to be well off, man. I have virtually no debt. The only debt I got is my auto loan, and that's pretty much paid off at this point. I deliberately don't pay it off though, completely, because it's like I'd rather use my money towards investing anyway. So that's the way I like to do it. Give me a shot at the night.
Economy to its knees. Meanwhile, we are, from the economic standpoint, also increasing sanctions on anyone that receives that oil. So when you talk about the economic damage to Iran, it is definitely a long felt pain.
But just to tell you about,
I mean, Iran really is cooked.
I was just going to say it's hurting our economy. It's not detrimental, but it's hurting people. Let's make no mistake. And it has very serious political consequences for the midterm.
it does appear the talks will happen this week because already some notices have gone out to the hotels. And
There's actual. I don't think these talks are going to be successful, man. Trump. Here's the thing. Trump can keep threatening them with violence, but it's still not going to work. Because I think the Iranian government wants its own annihilation. I really do. I think the Iranian government wants its own annihilation. It's just the way it appears to be to me. Let's see what else we got here. Let's look up Trump. I'm just going to look up Trump Daddy. I'm looking up the latest news here. Sorry, watch that. Give me just another moment here. Give me just a second here. Let's see what other news we got. Give me just a moment, everybody. One more time. All right, we'll just watch this one, I guess.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Sunday. It is April 19th. My name is Karel Lahara. I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, guiding you through the day's top stories, also bringing any breaking news updates from some of the major headlines that we have been tracking throughout the last week. Today, we are going to start on the developments coming out of the Middle East. And I want to bring us out to a live image that we have at the Strait of Hormuz. This is courtesy of Marine Traffic. Now, the Associated Press saying this: Iran is not yet ready to hold a new round of face-to-face talks with U.S. officials. That's according to a senior Iranian official and what he had to say on Saturday, citing Washington's refusal to abandon, quote, maximalist demands on key issues.
Okay.
Now, in an interview with the Associated Press on the Margins of Diplomacy Forum in Turkey, the Iranian deputy foreign minister said his country will not hand over its enriched uranium to the United States, rejecting claims.
Bad move, dude. Bad freaking move. And this is why Iran's going to fail. This is why Iran is ultimately going to fail. Because they will not comply. They refuse to comply. It's as simple as that, man. Iran's cooked. Anybody with half a brain, I think, can tell that Iran is cooked in this instance. It blows my mind the levels of stupidity that Iran has shown, you know? And not gonna lie, Iran has shown a lot of stupidity in this conflict. More than one would anticipate, you know what I mean? Like, more than anybody would anticipate. It's crazy. And there we go. But no, I don't know. Wild.
It's made by U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, on Friday, President Trump said the U.S. will go into Iran and, quote, get...
Oh, guys, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. One more time, if you guys can, double tap your screen to like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow, so don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. We really appreciate it. And let's get back to the program.
Get all the nuclear dust, referring to the 970 pounds of enriched uranium believed to be buried under nuclear sites badly damaged by U.S. military strikes last year. A lot to keep up with, especially given the fact that coming up this Wednesday, April 22nd, it is when this ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran does expire. Joining us now to talk a bit more about this is Jonathan Sayeh. He is an Iran program research analyst with the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, good morning.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a point to all this. There's got to be a point. Then again, you know, as my boy Alfred said from the Dark Knight movies, some people just want to watch the world burn. And I think that's what Iran wants. I think Iran just wants nothing but chaos and fire and destruction. I think that's what Iran wants, clearly, because they're not willing to work with the U.S. in any capacity on this one. It's frustrating. It's extremely frustrating. I do actually want to watch the video where Trump signs the executive order, though. Hold on. Let's take a look at that instead.
Hello, everybody.
Because I don't think we really watched the whole thing. Dude, he was there for like 40 minutes?
Bobby's a very unusual person. I said, when is the news conference? He said, Saturday morning. I said, I don't know. Has that ever happened before? Well, it's an honor, and it's very important what we're doing. So, as you see, and you know a lot of the people behind me, they're tremendous professionals, medical professionals most, and some military, like Marcus, some great military professionals too, real hero. Today I'm pleased to announce historic reforms to dramatically accelerate access to new medical research and treatments based on psychedelic drugs. In many cases, these experimental treatments have shown life-changing potential for those suffering from severe mental illness and depression, including our cherished veterans. Our veterans are having a tremendous hard time. You know, the suicide rate, we have it down a little bit, but they are having a hard time. And I got a call from a number of people, including the great Joe Rogan.
And I do think that, like even microdosing on, like, from what I've heard, and this is not medical advice or anything, but microdosing on like psilocybin, I think, it's an interesting proposal. I don't think anybody should do it unless they've talked to a doctor, obviously. Always talk to a doctor, always talk to a medical professional, but I am curious to see what Mr. Trump has to say.
And he said, we have to do something about this. And I looked into it. I called Bobby, I called Oz, I called Marty and Jay.
I heard him say Dr. Oz, dude. I love Dr. Oz.
And it was uniform support. And I said, so why would we wait 3 or 4 years to get it?
By the way, double tap the screen if you love Dr. Oz as much as I do. I love Dr. Oz, dude. I think he's a stud. But yeah, you guys double tap the screen if you love Trump and Dr. Oz. Hell yeah.
Done for 10 years, frankly. Let's get it done immediately, and that's what happened. This has probably never been anything happened so quickly. Everybody is so strongly in favor of this. It's for a lot of people, but it's for our military in particular. The suicide epidemic among veterans is a national tragedy. Since 9/11, we've lost over 21 times more veteran lives to suicide than on the battlefield. So we lose.
Jeez, man, that's Whew.
Think of that, 21 times more. And today we're bringing them new hope. I think you're going to see a big difference and a big reduction in that number. I want to thank Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's a fantastic. Where are you, Bob? Over here. He always makes it difficult. He's done a great job, too. And people love him. And more importantly, your wife is here someplace, Bobby. She's out there. Where are you? Where are you? The real boss in the family. It was fantastic. Thank you very much for being here. As well as FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, NIH Director
Dr. Oz, baby, dude. I love Dr. Oz, man. I think Dr. Oz is a stud.
Jay Bhattacharya. See how easy that name is? You know, it used to give me a little trouble. That was a tough name. Congressman Morgan Luttrell, who's a friend of mine and he's a real war hero. He knows something that a lot of us will never find out about. Retired U.S. Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell, the two of them. I don't know what's in your blood, fellas. You guys are good.
Wild men, dude. Wild men. I love it.
My mom and dad. Yeah, good somebody. Good to have you. Joe Rogan, who's a fantastic person.
I love Joe Rogan, man. Joe Rogan's a sexy stud. No, I think it's cool that Mr. Joe Rogan's hanging out with Donald Trump right now, man. I think that's pimp. I really do. I think that's amazing. And I think it's really cool they're trying to do like pass a bill that allows for the FDA to try to approve psychedelic medicine, you know, where it has like psilocybin and all that shit or whatever stuff, like anything that would help alleviate, you know. I think it's fantastic. I don't know the science behind all of it, to be honest. I'm very ignorant to the science about it, but I think if it's going to help people, if it's going to help prevent suicides, especially in veterans, dude, I think that's great. I think it's great. I think the bill's going to be fabulous, but let's take a look.
We did a little interview before the election. We had over 300 million people. And I said, oh, man, I hope Kamala doesn't do it. And she didn't. He wanted her to do it, but she didn't. Someday Joe's going to explain why. I could tell you why. But along with many other, because she didn't want to, with many other veterans. And I just want to thank the people behind me are outstanding. It's an amazing group. The executive order I'm signing, we're actually signing the executive order today, is really a moment. It directs the FDA to expedite their review of certain psychedelics already designated as breakthrough therapy drugs. They're very much being discussed. It's one of the hottest things.
This is going to be great, man. I think this is going to be a fabulous bill, and I love what Trump is doing. I love what Rogan's doing. I love what RFK is doing. I love what all these guys are doing. I think what they're doing is honorable, and I'm very happy about it. Go Trump, dude. Go everybody here. If you guys can, we're only 5 subscribers away from hitting 10,100. We're at 10,095 subs, so don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. The more subscribers we get, the better. So please don't forget to subscribe. It really does help the channel in more ways than you guys could ever realize. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to subscribe, and let's get back to the show.
I think you're talking about us, right? It's nothing. If these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous impact on this country and other countries too. These treatments are currently in the advanced stages of clinical trials to ensure that they're both safe and effective for the American patients. And the nice part is
Give me one moment, actually. There's something I want to try to take care of real quick before we watch the rest of this. Yeah, there's something I need to take care of on here. So if you guys just give me a few moments. It's only going to take... I have to do a Nightbot configuration. Hold on. Nightbot.tv. I realized I want to try to convince people to subscribe. Give me just another moment, you guys. One more thing I got to do. Just a few more moments. Okay, there we go. So I had to update Nightbot settings because I want to try to encourage more people to subscribe. It just helps the channel grow. Let's keep going, man. All right, let's keep rolling.
Actually doing this early, but it has been going on. Research has been going on for quite some time. But, you know, usually with things like this, nothing ever happens, no matter how the research ends up. But we're changing that. This order will clear away unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, improve data sharing among the FDA and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and facilitate fast rescheduling of...
But yeah, like I said, you guys, don't forget to subscribe to the Michael Garza Show. We're currently sitting pretty at 10,098 subscribers. Once again, we're at 10,098 subs. So like I said, please subscribe to the channel. It really does help us grow in more ways than you could ever realize. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Let's go. 10,098, you guys. Who's going to be my 10,100th? I don't know. Who's it going to be?
Any psychedelic drugs that become FDA approved, and we think many of them will go very quickly. And I have to say, the most favored nations pricing that we established, that I established, has been knocking the cost of drugs down by 50, 60, 70, 80%. And I also want to thank you and Bobby for the great job you've done. It's incredible. The press refuses to write about it. I think it's probably as big as what we're talking about today. The drug costs are going down and by the way, Trump RX, which is the way you go to get your very low cost drugs. But when you think,
I think the whole Trump RX thing is actually kind of tight because, I mean, look, there's a lot of drugs that are just really, really expensive, and being able to get access to the drugs that people need Like, it could be a chore for a lot of people to get the drugs that they need. So I think it's great. The whole Trump RX program, I mean, I'm in full support of that. I think it's solid. I think it's the smartest thing that Trump has done. Trump's done a lot of smart things. And I know there's going to be people out there like, no, Trump's not smart. No, Trump's smart. You don't become president twice. You don't become a billionaire by accident. You know, it does take some level of autistic genius. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button if you guys think that Trump's the man. If you guys are tired of the woke left telling you what to do, telling you what to think, please subscribe to the channel, support independent media, because the more subscribers we get, the more that you're supporting independent media. We're trying to become a big force in the MAGA movement. MAGA is not dead. I know there's going to be a ton of leftist bots out there that says MAGA's dead. No, it's not, dude. It's still going strong. So to those of you who think MAGA's gone, I mean, don't be so thin-skinned, man. Make America great again. It's still a good movement. I still think it's a solid movement. And I think what Trump has done has been spectacular. And to those of you who disagree with me, feel free to disagree. But, you know, I think Trump has done a fabulous job. I think he's been one of the best. But, yeah, if you guys can, subscribe to the channel. It does help support us. Like I said, we're independent media, man. We're independent media. We're not mainstream media. We believe that mainstream media is pretty toxic anyway. But yeah, we are definitely not mainstream media, that's for sure. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, man.
In my first term, for 28 years, drug prices went up, and I got it down 1/4 or 1/8 of a percent. I was so proud of myself. It's the only one that in 28 years got them down. And I had a news conference to explain how great I was. I said, I'm the greatest there ever was. I got it down 1/8 of a percent. Okay? I was very proud because it only went up. For 28 years, it went up. Now I got it down a little bit. And now I got it down 50%, 60%, 70% with these guys. So now I am, you know. But nobody wants to write about it. But it doesn't matter because the people have found out and they're getting, you know, we're the highest, we were the highest in the world by far. Sometimes would be 10 times higher than other countries. You'd buy a drug, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. You'd buy it in London, you'd buy it for $10 for a pill, let's say, or a pill generally, but actually to be specific, London, $87, New York, $1,300. I said, how can that be possible? How can it be possible? $87. And actually a friend of mine called me up and he said, you know, he's a very rich guy. And he happens to be on this Ozempic, I guess, at the time.
Ozempic, dude. My boy Randy from South Park was on Ozempic. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner if you guys are just tired of the liberal agenda. I mean, like, really, legitimately. If you guys are tired of the woke liberals telling you what to do, telling you what to think, just please subscribe to the channel. Support independent media. More subscribers we get, the better. We're currently sitting pretty at 10,099 subscribers. Who's going to be my 10,100th subscriber? I don't know. But the more subscribers we get, the more our content appears to be pushed out on YouTube quite a bit. So, you know, take the time to subscribe, take the time to like, and, you know, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. You know, that sort of thing. It really does help the channel in a lot of ways, and you don't want to miss this show, man. We're one of the better shows on YouTube. At least we're one of the better shows on Vertical Lives. If you scroll through the Vertical live streams, you're going to see a lot of trash. Small wiener gang. But my show is above. It's a high-quality show for Vertical Lives. Vertical Lives tend to have the trashiest shows, but ours are pretty good. So we're trying to bring quality to the Vertical Live space as much as we can. Small wiener gang. Shout out to Kavita Aduja. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. We're now at 10,100 subs. So I want to thank each and every one of you guys, and you guys are amazing.
And it was not working, by the way. The guy was extremely successful, but highly neurotic. Got a lot of problems. I will not mention his name. He's begging me not to mention it because he's become quite famous. He's a big factor here. But he's very smart, very rich guy, very, very successful guy. And he said, hey, President, he used to call me Donnie. Now he calls me President, sign of respect. He said, I'm in London. I bought this stuff for $87. In New York, I pay I pay $1,300. What's going on? I said, well, that's the way it is. We pay the highest prices in the world. And it sort of hit me that how ridiculous it is.
Tiny Lion Gaming in the house. Thank you for the happy poop yum yum. I appreciate it, Brony bro. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop yum 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 yum. Thank you so much for the happy poop gift. I really appreciate it, Tiny Lion Gaming.
Tiny Lion Gaming
dude.
says.
Tiny Lion Gaming with the
Happy
hookup.
hoop mewy mewy.
Anytime we get a happy poop yum yum, dude, I get pretty excited. As you guys know, I get super excited from the happy poop yum yums. I have a problem. I have a mental problem, clearly. But yeah, we're tired of the Democrats, man. We're just tired of being told what to do by the woke people. We don't take woke people seriously on this channel. I mean, we have a lot of woke people come into the chat and start getting all pissed off at me, but I don't take them seriously because I know the woke people at the end of the day are wrong about everything. At least most things. The woke people are wrong about most things. I think they try to come from a good place, but some of them are very disingenuous and are very passive aggressive. It really sucks. What up, Tiny Lion Gaming? It's good to see you, Brony bro.
Tiny Lion Gaming says.
You're a pink brony,
Sup, Garza
bro.
and Annie.
No, but I appreciate that happy poo, man. Anytime I get a happy poop yum yum, I'm pretty excited. Let's go, dude.
This made, by the way, he checked it. He had a whole big research done on it because he couldn't believe it. Made in the same factory, same place, everything was the same except.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. If you guys think that Trump's the man, tap the subscribe button. If you guys think that RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan standing next to each other or standing in the same room together is pretty tight. If you guys think that's awesome, tap the subscribe button. Look, if you guys love what Donald Trump's doing, we're trying to help veterans with this bill. Tap the subscribe button, man. I love it. I think what Trump is doing is fabulous. And I think more people should acknowledge what Trump Daddy's doing, dude.
Price. And now we are the lowest price. We are tied. In other words, whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's the price we pay. That's a tremendous difference. So we'll be paying, they go up a little bit. So the 87 will go like to 120 and we'll go down from 1,300 to 120. So we'll have these massive price cuts, and they've already started. And I think it's one of the biggest things, but unfortunately the press doesn't like to talk about it. But because if I were a Democrat, it would be headlines all over the place. But so I do that. That's why I like live television, actually. It's great because you can't do any cutting. But we're so honored by that, and that's going to have a huge impact on this also, because the pricing, not only is it important, but the pricing is going good. And you're going to get the rescheduling done, right, please? So will you get the rescheduling done, please? They're slow walking me on rescheduling. Okay, you're going to get it done, right? In 2024 study from Stanford University, 30 special operation veterans with traumatic brain injuries underwent, it's called ibogaine treatment.
Ibogaine. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ibogaine.
Ibogaine. Remember the name. Is that pronounced relatively properly, would you say? Yes. I don't want to get it wrong. Ibogaine, because it's so important, and experienced an 80 to 90% reduction in symptoms of depression and anxiety within 1 month. Can I have some, please? I'll take it.
Dude, what a stud, dude. What a stud. He's like, well, if it helps with depression and anxiety, hell, give it to me, bro. I love it, dude. Dude. Trump is the GOAT, dude. Let's just face it. Trump's the GOAT. Like, we all know it. We all know Trump's the man.
I'll take whatever it takes. I don't have time to be depressed. If you stay busy enough, maybe that works too. That's what I do. In Texas, Republican leaders have already committed $50 million.
Dude, Trump's the man. I don't care what anybody says, dude. Trump's the GOAT, dude. The guy's funny. The guy knows what he's doing. I love it, dude. Trump's the man. Everybody else is gee.
To the ibogaine research, and today the federal government is making a $50 million research investment in its own, and so that was just approved just last night. We're also opening a pathway for ibogaine to be administered to desperately ill patients under the right to try law. That's a law that I started and I got right to try.
Yeah, the right to try thing actually may have saved my mom's life, by the way. You know, so my mom has been on cancer treatments for a lot of time. So the whole right to try thing is actually really good for her because there are treatments that have proven to be effective that the FDA doesn't seem to want to approve. And these have been well studied. And the right to try is very important because there are people who, like my mother, who has gone through cancer treatments, and some of them to know, you know, they've been effective. They've been reducing the tumors and everything like that, and they made my mom's life a lot better. But you know, I love the fact that Trump is doing this. The fact that he did the whole right to try thing. I kind of have to say, and not just kind of, I have to completely say thank you to Trump, because if you didn't do that right to try bill, I don't think my mom would be able to be in the situation she's in. You know what I mean? Because she has cancer. It's been reduced quite a lot, but I don't know. I think the right to try is really a big thing, man.
Tina Liongaming says, the research is already out there for ibogaine. Tina Liongaming says, no need to research it. It works.
Yeah. I don't know how is it effective, Tiny Lion Gaming? I'm just curious from a certain perspective. So you're saying that it works. Okay. I mean, it sounds like it, and this is not medical advice. I want to let everybody know that this is not medical advice. You know, do your own research, talk to the doctors. Talk to your doctor, man. That's the one thing I always say. I don't know crap. I don't know crap about medicine. I know a lot about investing. I don't know crap at the end of the day when it comes to medicine. I'll admit that. But I do love what Joe Rogan and Donald Trump are doing right now. I think it's fabulous. I think it's great, man. I think it's great. Don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream, and also make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel as well. Tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, as it really does help the channel grow. Let's keep going.
Very proud of that. Was done in my first term, and I used to marvel at the fact that people that were terminally ill could not get a drug. They're terminally ill. They're going to die, and the FDA, right, Marty? That's right. Jay, the FDA was protecting them from dying, but they're going to die. And so we have these incredible drugs. And
yeah, give them the chance to try. You know, especially if you have no chance, and this drug actually gives you a fighting chance, let them take the drug. It's like if they're gonna die anyway, you know, at least they have a chance. So no, I love the fact that Donald Trump is doing the right to try.
They may work and they may not work, but we wouldn't let anybody get them because they were bad for your health. But these are people that were going to die. And it never made sense to me. So one of the first things I did early in my term, and it was very tough to get, actually, hard to believe. It was very tough with Congress, but they came through, the Republicans came through. And we have something called right to try. And we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. That's if you're terminally ill or very ill, and there is a new drug that is not available because it's going through the process of the FDA, and Marty's cut that process down by 50%. We're down, it used to take 12 years, and now we have it down to 5 or 6 years, and it's one of the most important things that you can do. But if you're terminally ill, and there's a new drug that may work or may not work, but it hasn't been approved yet, you sign a document, and you're not going to hold the country liable. You're not going to hold the drug companies or the insurance companies or anybody liable.
Yeah, it's a right to try, man. The right to try.
And you have the right to try. And what it's done, and nobody wanted it, the insurance companies.
It's surprising that even the insurance companies did, you know, well, no, it's not surprising. The insurance companies are evil. I say abolish all insurance. You want to make medical care affordable? Get rid of insurance. Completely, end of story. Just completely get rid of insurance. No single payer, only for people who just can't pay at all, I guess. But if you want a reduction in prices for medical, and this is a controversial opinion, just make medical insurance illegal. Make medical insurance illegal. You just cut off the snake's head. I mean, really, put 2 and 2 together. You get rid of medical insurance, you make it illegal. Hospitals are forced at that point to make medical care affordable because then nobody's going to be able to pay. And then there's going to be people who just straight up refuse to pay, and they're like, they just give them the middle finger to the, you know what I mean? So what'll happen is it would force hospitals to reduce the price of a lot of this stuff. I mean, I think you guys see my point, I hope. Whoa, what are you guys talking about with my sink? Leave my sink out of this, you guys. Leave my sink out of this.
Laugh out loud. When are you putting pudding on eyebrows again?
Now, user, I'm not too sure when I'm going to do that again. I've thought about it for sure. I've been considering, going back to the pudding and stuff on the eyebrows. Don't forget to subscribe, by the way, to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. But I have been thinking about going back to the frosting on the face from time to time. Not all the time, though. I don't think it would be a good idea to go back to that all the time. I think that'd be a little bit crazy.
Hated it. Even the doctors, they were all afraid of it because they didn't want to be sued. But I took all of the liability out of it. You sign a document.
Yeah, if you take the liability out of it, that's perfect. The right to try, when you sign up for this, you're basically saying that, hey, you know what I mean? Like, it's an advantage. No, I think what Trump is doing is fabulous, man. I think what he's doing is fabulous. Whoa, dude, Frog Eat Frog is back. I was wondering where you been, bro.
Frog Eat Frog says, Garza, I know you been pissing in that sink FR.
I think my boy's been taking a little bit of a sabbatical, but dude, it's good to see you, Frog Eat Frog. We love you. We are Frog Eat Frog fanboys on this channel, by the way. Formerly Dog Eat Dog, now Frog Eat Frog, baby. Oh, we love Frog Eat Frog on this channel, though. That's our boy. That's your boy. No, but thank you so much, user. I appreciate the super chat. I really do. Old Blue Guy just sent a happy poop yum yum for 10 joules. Thank you, Old Blue Guy. I appreciate that. Everybody give a shout out to @Old Blue Guy for sending a happy poop for 10 joules. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just got another happy poop. Old Guy's sending a ton of happy poops, everybody. Old Blue Guy. Hey, everybody give a shout out to Old Blue Guy for sending a ton of happy poop yum yums. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it, my brony bro. I appreciate that big time. Thank you guys for the support. Everybody, once again, also give a shout out to user for sending a $1.99 super chat, though. I really do appreciate it big time. Thank you so much for that. Super chats help the channel grow. Gifts help the channel grow, like the happy poop yum yums. I really appreciate those, you guys. I don't, dude. Why does everybody say that I piss in the sink? Hold on. Why do you guys think that I don't pee in the sink? I don't. The allegations, look, I'm tall, and yes, does it look from a distance? Yes. Could it appear like I'm doing that? Yes, but I'm not. I'm usually washing my dishes during live stream. I'm usually preparing food in the sink. I'm not a sink pisser, dude. I don't live that life. You guys probably live that life. I don't. All right. I don't live that life, bro. That's not the life I lead. I'm telling you, bro. But thank you, user. I do appreciate the super chat, though. That really does help the channel grow. But yeah, Trump's the man. Ultimately, I think Donald Trump is the GOAT. We all know it. We all feel it, you know. I love it, though. Thank you for that $1.99 super, though. I do appreciate it big time, man. Thank you.
I mean, you're not going to sue the doctor, you're not going to sue the hospital, you're not going to sue anybody, including the country, and everybody signs it like immediately. And we have tens of thousands of people on this, and we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. And what it has done, we never thought of it so much as, but what it has done is, in some cases, these drugs are working so good, it literally cures people that were terminally ill. But it's one of the things I'm most proud. I'm proud of a lot of things we've done, but that's one of the things we're most proud of, right to try. But I've always believed in ensuring that the American patients have access to breakthrough treatments and therapies with love for our veterans. And I have a real love for our veterans. I was with a group yesterday. It's incredible what they've gone through. And care for American patients. Today's order will ensure that people suffering from debilitating symptoms might finally have a chance to reclaim their
Laugh out
lives
loud.
and lead a happier life.
Yeah, you pee in the sink.
Lead a happier life.
And you don't have brows.
They've been through so much.
Hold on. What? No, I don't, dude. Why do you guys say that? So, yay area. Can I hear that one more time?
Laugh out loud. Yeah, you pee in the sink. And you don't have brows.
I will grow eyebrows one day. My mama said I will grow eyebrows one day, and I will grow a full beard. Mark my words, I will grow a full beard. I will one day grow a beard. Hey, yay area, though. Let's everybody give a shout out to @YayArea7 for the super chat. I do appreciate the $2 super chat, my brony bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. No, ever since we got this new microphone, though, man, we've been getting more viewers. We've been getting more subscriptions. I mean, dude, everybody wants this show now. This is what I get, brother. This is what I get, dude. Hell yeah. Unkept promises.
Talahasha says. Unkept promises.
My boy Nate Dogg. No, thank you for the happy poop yum yum, Mr. Nate Dogg. I appreciate you, bro.
Frog Eat Frog
Frog
says.
Eat Frog, what up, dude?
Was on vacation, LOL, missed ya, buddy.
Got you, brother. Got you. I'm glad you're back, man. Hey, you know what? Hey, you need a vacation, bro. I know that you I know that you do your thing. You work your butt off, dude. I love you, bro. Frog Eat Frog, everybody. Shout out, bro.
TJU8Z says. Brain is for free. Use it.
Nah.
Frog Eat Frog says. Do you have thyroid problems?
Do I have thyroid No, I don't. I think the only thing is I can't grow. I mean, I can grow a beard, surprisingly, but I can't really grow, like, my eyebrows are so light, dude. I got like virtually no eyebrows. Like, it's funny as shit, dude. I laugh my ass off, dude, at how little of eyebrows I actually have, man. I got like 0 eyebrows, bro. 0. But thank you, Frog Eat Frog. I appreciate it, brother.
So I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by...
Actually, I am going to drink some water, though, real quick, because I am feeling slightly dehydrated, so... All right, give me a moment. But thank you guys, though. I do appreciate the super chats and all that shit. It's always very helpful. Keeps the show rolling, man.
Commissioner McCary, Marcus Luttrell, Joe Rogan, and anybody in the group that would like to speak. You're tremendous people. I know many of you, and you're really highly respected people. And the Luttrell family is well represented, but I don't mind having both Luttrells. Both Luttrells can say a few words, okay? Great people. And so, Bobby, do you want to start it off, please?
Hell yeah, dude! This is great, man. This is fabulous, dude. I love watching him. I love watching him in his element. You know, he's good, man. The GOATus. You know, they call him the POTUS, but I call him the GOATus, the greatest of all time, dude. By the way, you guys, Portland Trailblazers, 6 p.m. Don't mark your calendar. 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The mother effing Portland Trailblazers, 7th seed versus the San Antonio Spurs. 4-3. Here we go, dude. I'm excited, man. Go Blazers, brother. Go Blazers. But yeah, no, we're doing a hell of a job today. We're kicking butt on the show. I want to appreciate everybody for contributing. The amount of subscribership is honestly unbelievable, but I'm also very thankful. I'm always thankful for the people who subscribe to the channel, man. It makes it a lot better. You guys are killing it, man. Thank you, guys. But yes, I don't have eyebrows. That is one thing I will say. I barely have any eyebrows, brother. You know, I think the Spurs are most likely going to win the series, but I think that Portland's going to give the Spurs a run for their money. I really do. I think Portland Trailblazers are a fast and young team. We got Tiago Splitter, who is honestly, I think, one of the best coaches we could have ever asked for. He's got a certain stoicism to him, and he's a big man. I think Tiago we trust, dude. I think Tiago's a great coach. And you know what? Even if Portland loses this series, I think it's gonna be a dogfight, man. I think Portland's gonna go hard. Maybe it'll be an upset. I'm hoping it'll be an upset, man. I really do. I mean, 7th seed Portland. I hope we win it. I hope we win it all. I don't think chances are we probably will not win this series. But if we're going by pure statistical analysis, sure. But who's got more of a dog in them? You know. I think I hope we win it. You know, I still think we're going to win the series. I hold out some hope. I'm like a Dallas Cowboys fan. You know what I mean? You know, Dallas Cowboys fans are highly delusional about, well, just about everything.
Small wiener gang.
I am a delusional Portland Trailblazer fan. Humphrey Slowpoke, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. If you guys have not already, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. Thank you so much for taking the time to subscribe, though, Humphrey. I appreciate it. Let's give Humphrey Slowpoke one more shout out, everybody.
Small wiener gang.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, bro. And let's give Yay Area 7 a shout out here. Super chat shout out here.
Laugh out loud. Yeah, you pee in the sink. And you don't have brows.
That's a good super chat, man. Thank you again to Yay Area 7 for that $2 super chat, though. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, please remember to subscribe to the channel, you guys.
When are you putting pudding on eyebrows again?
I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know when I'm putting pudding on the brows. You guys are out of your mind. You guys are all out of your mind, and I love it. So thank you, everybody, for subscribing to the channel, though. It really does help the channel grow. I do got to take a piss, though, real quick, so BRB. Yeah, I'm definitely going for a long walk today, man. I got to admit, I'm just... I'm going to need to. I gotta admit, I think I'm a little bit jet lagged. Only because I was driving a lot yesterday. Like, a lot. Like, I still feel like, ugh. It was a good drive, though. Really good drive. BRB one more time. I gotta probably do some sit-ups or something. All right, you guys, I'm back. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let's take a look here.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you very much.
Good morning, and thanks to the leadership of President Trump for making this historic day possible. Under the executive order, HHS will accelerate research, approval, and access to new mental health treatments, including psychedelic therapies such as ibogaine. We're taking this decisive step to confront one of the most urgent public health challenges facing our nation, the mental health crisis. More than 14 million Americans live with serious mental illness, and 1 in 4 adults experiences a diagnosable disorder each year. Suicide has risen by more than 30% over the past 2 decades, with another peak in recent years. Among veterans, more than 6,000 die by suicide.
It's far too many, man. It's far too many. So messed up, dude, at the end of the day. It's so messed up.
Each year since 2001, we have lost far more veterans to suicide than to combat. At the same time, millions of Americans living with depression, PTSD, addiction, and other conditions do not respond to existing treatments. We owe it to our warfighters and veterans to turn over every stone to alleviate the emotional and mental health blowback from their deployments. It's disturbing to me and to the president that hundreds, in fact thousands of veterans are having to travel to Mexico or other countries to experiment with interventions that hold.
And that shouldn't have to happen. That really shouldn't have to happen, man.
Great promise, but for which our knowledge is still insufficient. This executive order will remove the legal impediments that block American researchers, scientists, physicians, and clinicians from properly studying these medicines and, where appropriate, establishing protocols for their safe therapeutic use. We're directing the FDA to prioritize therapies that have received breakthrough therapy designation, treatments that early evidence suggests may improve what we have today. We're expanding the use of right to try so that eligible patients with treatment-resistant conditions can access these therapies under medical supervision. We're also coordinating with the DEA and the Department of Justice to begin rescheduling reviews after successful phase 3 trials. When the FDA determines that therapy is safe and effective, patients should not face avoidable delays in access. At the same time, HHS will work with states, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and other federal partners to strengthen research and share clinical data. We will use that data to support faster and evidence-based decisions. Through ARPA-H, HHS will allocate, as the president says, at least $50 million from existing funds to partner with states that are
damn, dude, damn. It's a lot.
Advancing these therapies. We will support those efforts with funding, with technical assistance and data sharing consistent with applicable law. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Stanford, and Harvard, and other leading institutions have reported meaningful and, in some cases, extraordinary clinical improvements.
Okay, you guys, for the last time, I do not. Why do you guys keep saying I piss in this? I don't piss in the sink. Why do you guys? You guys keep saying that. I know there's a sink behind me. I know that you guys can see my sink, but that doesn't mean why I have a bathroom. Like, what is your guys' deal, dude? Guys are out of your mind.
If these results continue, these therapies could offer longer lasting relief, not just symptom management, and reduce economic burden of mental illness, which costs this country hundreds of billions of dollars every year. This policy creates a strict, science-based pathway for FDA approval and controlled medical use. The bottom line is progress in mental health treatment has not matched the scale of the problem. I want to thank Joe Rogan for helping bring national attention to innovative, potentially life-saving treatments for veterans and others living with mental illness, and for pushing this conversation into the mainstream. I also want to thank Representative Morgan Luttrell from Texas and former Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell for their leadership on this issue. I also want to thank the CEO of Americans for Ibogaine, Brian.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. If you guys think that RFK is doing a great job on this one, tap the subscribe button. But look, RFK Jr., what he's saying is amazing. I think he wants to see people healthier. And honestly, if there's a way to help with mental illness, that's look, this is a great alternative for those who don't want to do a lot of the prescription drugs out there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of prescription drugs out there that people don't want to do. People don't want to use, and I don't blame them. You know? Makes perfect sense to me, man.
Hubbard and the organization's ambassador, former Navy SEAL Henry Berkowitz.
So I had a couple of, I'm not going to lie, I think I have a slight hangover. I had a couple pretty strong IPAs when I was in Tillamook yesterday. So I think what I'm going to do, real quick, I am going to make a certain type of drink. I'm not going to say what kind of drink it is, but I think you guys know what it is. I'll just say it's a Sprite. That's good. That's really good. Okay. It's a great little mixer, man. I needed it. No, it's not. Dude, it's not confirmed. Come on, man. Why is everybody accusing me of this? You guys are accusing me of all this shit. 50 allegations. You guys are treating me like I'm P. Diddy, bro. Why are you guys treating me like I'm Diddy? You guys are great. You guys are killing me, man.
And former SEAL Team 6, Rob O'Neill. I want to thank a couple of people for getting this record time across the finish line. Kelly Means and Dr. Heidi Overton. Thank you, Heidi, for your leadership and for your attention to detail. It is often frustrating, but always right. So thank you, and thank you above all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Bobby. And you're fantastic. Bobby's...
Yeah, dude. Bobby Kennedy, baby. Stud, dude. I love it. I love it, bro.
Really done an amazing job. You know, Maha, it's a big deal. And
make America healthy again, baby. I love it. I'm all about it, dude. I'm trying to get healthier by walking. I'm trying to do 10,000 steps bare minimum a day. That's my goal. And, yeah, one of the reasons for trying to get to that 10,000 marker, man, is just because I got to get there. I got to do it. I need to. I want to. Because I need you and I want you crawling underneath my skin. Here we go.
I want to thank you. You work so hard, Oz and everybody up here. And I just want to thank you. Great job. And he's somewhat outside of the box, would you say? And that we need outside of the box a little bit, right? Would you say, Oz? Marty, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. Next week, the FDA will issue 3 national priority vouchers for serotonin 2A agonists, also known as psychedelics. Under this new program, in this administration, drugs can get approved in weeks, not a year or a year plus, but in weeks, if they are in line.
Nice. Very nice.
With our national priorities. We have 18 vouchers in the program. We'll be adding 3 more next week. This is an unmet public health need, and there are potentially promising treatments. That's why there's a sense of urgency around this. That's why we're doing it now. The applications are about to come in, so this is the natural, perfect timing for this announcement. For many men and women, they have been fighting battles on the ground. But even after the wars are over, those battles continue in their mind. Now, there are a lot of medications in medicine where we don't know exactly how it works, but we see profound results. If we actually listen to those who experience the therapeutic value, we can learn as a medical field. We just have to listen. The stories of those individuals with dramatic results, that is data. That is scientific data, even from a single individual. We also have randomized controlled trials. And we have to do that because we need to be able to say there's good support when we recommend these therapeutics. If you look at those trials, there's a 30 to 40% remission rate for conditions like PTSD. Otherwise, we got nothing. We have almost nothing for these conditions. And today, the FDA is also announcing the first ibogaine investigational new drug clearance. This will pave the way for the first and ever human trials in the United States. To be clear, the FDA will also have criteria and circumstances that have to be used to administer these drugs. These drugs can have side effects, and so it's not like you go to the pharmacy and pick it up. It's like medications that are administered in an ICU or an operating room. There are criteria for doing it in a controlled setting. Finally, given the urgency of today's mental health crisis, I just want to thank you, Mr. President, and say the FDA is proud to support this broader effort to evaluate new therapeutics for some of the greatest Americans we have in this country.
I love it. I think it's great, man. I think what Trump is doing is great. I think what Bobby Kennedy's doing is great. All these guys are kicking butt. All of these guys are kicking major ass, and I love it, bro. I love everything they're doing, man. I love the efforts being put forward. I'm loving it. I'm loving it straight up, dude.
Laugh out loud.
100.
UFO files are more important than Judity files.
Oh, thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it. Oh, my God. I don't know if I could technically put that one on the screen, though, just because I'm afraid YouTube might get mad at me or something. I don't know, but I appreciate the super chat, though. Ryan770, man, I appreciate the super, bro. I gave it a love, gave it a like, but yeah, everybody give a shout out to @Ryan770 for the $2 super, man. I appreciate it big time, man. No, you guys have been an incredible audience. I will say, ever since I got this new microphone, we've had so many more people coming in that want to stay, and that's good. That's good because we're making gobs of money off of it, and I love it. So the shows, you guys are supporting the show. Anytime we get gifts, anytime we get super chats, anytime you guys become a member, we have the cheapest membership on YouTube. We're like 99 cents a month because I don't want to take from your guys' pockets, really. I mean, if you guys want to give super chats and gifts, I'm all for it, man. I'll advertise you guys. I love you guys. But my goal is not to take from anybody's wallets. My goal is to entertain you guys as much as possible. At the same time, though, I still like to talk about investing on this channel. While we have gone down the politics rabbit hole, which I'm not the biggest fan of, I'm not much of a politics guy. Believe it or not, I'm really not a politics guy. I kind of got into it because, well, my boy TJ got me into it a little bit, and I was like, okay, I'll get into the politics field a little bit, and yeah, so I'm a pretty firm supporter of Trump Daddy. I love the guy. I think he's amazing. But yeah, let's keep going, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Doing a great job too. Appreciate it, Marcus.
Yes, sir. To start off, Mr. President, thank you so much for having us in here and doing this. You're going to save a lot of lives with it. I'd like to say how grateful I am to have had the opportunity to go through the program and receive the ibogaine. It absolutely changed my life for the better. I went through a lot of the programs that the veterans are going through, and I always kind of felt like I was a victim coming out.
Oh, so this guy's done ibogaine, and he's been successful. Hell yeah, dude. I love it.
Out of the program. When I came out.
And by the way, none of this is not a medical endorsement of it in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's great that Trump is trying to get certain things greenlit sooner, like certain types of medicines that can really help a lot of people. So I don't know. I think it's great. I love his whole right to try thing. That's been neat. I mean, dude, Trump has been an advocate. Dude, Trump is the man of the people. Trump is the people's champ, brother. Hell yeah. At least that's what I think. Some people call me delusional. I don't give a fuck. I do whatever the hell I want. That's my motto. That's the way I look at life. I have a moral code, and that's all I need. I got my moral compass. That's all anybody really needs is a basic moral compass. You don't need to live by every single rule that's ever put out. Besides, most rules that are in society are created by stupid-ass Karens anyway, so that's the way I see it, allegedly.
Out of this, I felt like I had gotten my life back. That was 5 years ago. I literally lived the best days of my life every single day. I'm so thankful for everybody who's in this room to help out with this. I know this is kind of a new frontier for us. And just the fact that we're taking this kind of slow as smooth as fast, and we're getting it in there so we can test this out so we don't get ahead of ourselves. I think that's very impactful. I think there's a lot of people out there that need help, not only our veterans, but our civilian population that can benefit from this. And it's going to do great things for our country to get it back on track and open up a lot of doorways and pathways for us to be successful in the future. Thank you for your time.
That's fantastic. So you've done this 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And it's just been a whole different thing.
Every single day is a better day for me.
Wow, that's amazing, really.
I can vouch for that.
Dude, that's awesome to hear, dude. See, it's success stories like that I love to hear. Like, I'm a big fan. I don't actually like people, I don't understand people who like to see people suffer. I don't understand that at all. Like, I like seeing people succeed. Like, ultimately, I want to see people succeed. I really do. Even though I've been ragging on, like, Iran, for example. I've been ragging on Iran for a lot of stuff. But ultimately, I just want to see them stop, I don't want to see themselves shooting themselves in the foot. You know what I mean? They got to stop that. So I'm really still holding out hope that Iran goes to the negotiation table and just does what needs to be done. But anyway, let's keep going.
This guy's got guts. Come here. Come on, these guys. Two good guys. I didn't realize you were involved in it already. It's the best testament you can have. There's nothing better than that. A man who's really respected by everybody, and he's a fantastic person, Joe Rogan, to say a few words, please. Joe.
Joe Rogan, dude. Hell yeah, dude. So what do you call Joe Rogan? I love Joe Rogan, by the way, but what do you call Joe Rogan with hair? Joe Rogan. That's a shitty joke.
I want to say that I'm here because of the man to my left. Brian Hubbard and former Texas Governor Rick Perry came on my podcast. They told me how impactful this medicine is. And having that conversation with them, millions of people got a chance to hear their story, hear the stories of all the different people that have had life-changing experiences from it. And I want Brian to be able to speak about this.
Good. Brian, please.
Thank you, sir.
I heard that, Joe. You have no trouble speaking. He's got no trouble speaking.
I want to assure you that my presence here is the most concrete affirmation that God has a wonderful sense of humor. Thank you. Thank you. Federal prohibition of psychedelic medicine in America is over. On the 250th year, on the 250th year of our nation's founding, everyone who has fought for this day through decades of monumental struggle, sacrifice, and suffering can now declare a seminal victory for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Freaking incredible, though, man. This is incredible.
Rights we bear as images of our eternal Creator, whose essence is almighty, eternal, unconditional love for each and every one of us. This is the end of the beginning We have moved mountains, yet there are mountains to move. Government systems which have relentlessly suppressed psychedelics are the same systems which will now manage their emergence. We dare not let our guard down for 1 second.
It's amazing,
and be hair trigger ready to impose accountability for incompetence, obstruction, or failure. Credit.
Dude, I'm honestly loving this, man. This is incredible. I mean, this guy's doing a fabulous job speaking, man. I love it. Let's keep listening. I got to stop interrupting.
Belongs where credit is due. With this executive order, President Trump has delivered an epic victory for all humanity.
The most epic of all time, bro. Most epic of all time.
I thank him for having the courage to make this happen. And my mission
Hell
brother,
yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Joe Rogan, for having the
Absolutely, bro.
spine
Absolutely.
to make the ask.
Joe Rogan.
To our brothers and sisters in Gabon, you have our deepest gratitude for your stewardship of the sacred tree grown for the healing of nations. I will do my best to deliver the respect and honor you deserve for helping heal
Hell yeah.
this nation.
Heck yeah.
It is my joy to deliver these good tidings unto the meek, which will hopefully bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to all who are bound. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you.
Heck yeah, brother. Heck yeah.
I want to tell everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000.
I agree with that, man. That seriously, in the United States of America alone, dude, the opioid crisis is insane. So I think it's good that he's trying to fast track a way to allow people who suffer from real mental health issues. I think it's great. The whole psychedelics thing. Look, I'm not much of a drugs guy. I personally, the only thing I do is a little bit of. I'm a caffeine addict. Look, I love caffeine. And I do love a little alcohol on occasion. For example, like right now, I mean, I'm nursing a little bit of a hangover because I was hanging out in Tillamook for like most of the day. And yeah, I got a little bit of a mixer to kind of, because I got a hangover for sure. But it was fun. I had like 2 very, very strong IPAs yesterday, and I don't drink as much as I used to. So right now, this little mixer that I'm drinking, I'm not going to tell you what's in it, but it's a mixer. It's an elixir. It's helping me out quite a bit right now. Small Wiener Gang. Oh, we got another person joining the Small Wiener Gang. Hell yeah. Everybody give a shout out to Steel City Electric, everybody. Once again, Steel City Electric, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. Appreciate you, my brother.
Small Wiener Gang.
Welcome to the Michael Garza fucking show, dude. Oh my god. No, seriously, you guys, are you guys excited for the Portland Trailblazers tonight? Look, we're the 7th seed. Obviously, I don't think we stand a chance. I really don't think we stand a chance. And I'm a Portland fan, and I hate to say that. I hate to have such a lack of faith in my own team. But honestly, it's just the San Antonio Spurs. You just have to sometimes give credit where credit's due. The San Antonio Spurs are just a better team than us. And that's an okay admission. And now, granted, can we still win this series? Oh, absolutely. We just have to outplay the Spurs in every aspect. The San Antonio Spurs is a well-established basketball organization founded by our boy Greg Popovich. Look, I respect the Spurs, and that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that the Spurs really have the edge. They have the edge. And you know, as much as I believe in my boy Tiago, I don't know, man. Got to have the edge at some point. Crazy, though.
1,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses...
Hell yeah. So that's the thing. If people are... I would rather... So here's the thing. I would rather see people on Ibogaine than freaking all the opiates. Like, for instance, you know what's crazy? What pisses me off about modern doctors is that they're so quick to prescribe, like, ADHD medication to kids. It's crazy. And honestly, a lot of the ADHD medication just makes the kids worse off and not functional adults when they get older. So it's like, and obviously that's not medical advice. Still talk to a doctor anyway. I legally have to say that. But my opinion is that I think doctors are too quick to like prescribe prescription drugs that are not good for people. Because I don't know. I feel like they're trying to line their pockets a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with trying to make money. There's nothing wrong with trying to make money until you start betraying the Hippocratic Oath. I wonder if a lot of these doctors are aware just how bad some of these prescription drugs are for their patients. I just wonder. And it makes me wonder how many unethical doctors are out there. I mean, every man, just as Quark said from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, every man has his price. I mean, it's a cliche, obviously, but that's a cliche saying. But every man does have his price ultimately. Even doctors can be corrupted by money. Obviously, anybody can be corrupted by money. Every man or woman has their price. So I'm just saying, diligence, man, diligence. A little bit of diligence here. Nah, Trump's a winner, man. That's the one thing I like about Trump, man. Trump's a winner. I like winners, man. And look, I appreciate people who try, ultimately. You know, you want to know why Trump's a winner? It's because he's lost so many times. Think about it. Think about it this way. And I'm not being facetious, because I actually like Donald Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, he chose to try. That's the one thing I love about Donald Trump the most, is his ability to choose to try. And that's the one thing I appreciate about him the most, is when you choose to try, you can eventually win if you readjust. So the thing is, I'll give you an example. When I lose in a chess game to my buddy Jake, I re-examine why I lost that game. I examine, why did I lose to my buddy Jake? And I think to myself, well, how do I win? What do I do to win? And I come up with a few good answers. I make sure that I come up with a few new strategies. But yeah, ultimately, I do find a way to win against him again. You know, I try not to lose twice. But if I do lose twice, I have to re-examine how I played against him. Like, was there a strategy that I might have missed in hindsight? How did he beat me? You know, that's the question I ask myself too. And then I start realizing how he beat me. And then I steal, like I said, like all great artists steal, right? So I actually have stolen a few strategies from Jake. That's that's what you have to do. You have to examine how your how your opponent played against you. And sometimes you have to figure out why they won and why you lost. So sometimes the reason that you lost was probably because you just came up with a shitty strategy that just didn't work. Sometimes they just came up with a better strategy and you tried your best, you know. And sometimes you were so equal that it just came down to an end game maneuver, you know. That's the thing. So no, I'm a huge chess fan. As you guys know, I love playing chess. Actually, I think that is something I may start doing on this channel, is I may go on the chess.com app and start playing chess games in front of you guys. So that way you guys could watch me get my ass kicked by professionals. A lot of those guys on the chess.com app, when you play a random person, some of these guys are really, really good. So never underestimate your opponent. That's the one thing I always love about chess, man. You never underestimate your opponent. Obviously a grandmaster is going to kick most people's asses, for example, but Yeah, I love it, man.
Laugh out loud. Vernon eats human waste.
What are you talking about, Yay Area 7? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Everybody give a shout out to my boy Yay Area 7 for the super chat. I'm gonna put it back up on the board real quick.
Laugh out loud. Vernon eats human waste.
No, I do appreciate the super chat, man. Be nice to Vernon, though. Vernon's a cool dude. Vernon's not that bad, dude. Vernon's the man. So, Yay Area 7, I appreciate the super chat, but come on, man. Keep my boy Vernon's name out your mouth. All right, keep motherfucking Vernon's name out your damn mouth. I want to go Will Smith on everybody's ass. Keep my wife's name out your damn mouth. All right. Anyway, Will Smith is the man. I even though Will Smith has become a bit of a cuck in his older years, I still love Will Smith deep down. I have the ability to separate the art from the artist. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, 100%, brother. Hell yeah. No, but I want to thank you guys immensely.
Doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon.
Oh, I forgot about the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that Joe Rogan's talking about. So get this. Tricky Dick Nixon. I believe Tricky Dick Nixon might be one of the worst presidents we ever had, and I'll tell you why. Because one of the reasons why the dollar is no longer backed by gold is because Tricky Dick Nixon took us off the fucking gold standard, dude. How stupid is that? And then in the 1970s Drug Control Act or whatever, also created by Tricky Dick Nixon. Honestly, Tricky Dick Nixon, Joe Biden and Tricky Dick Nixon deserve awards for being the worst presidents of all time. Jimmy Carter sucks too, by the way. But here's the thing. Those are the top three worst. And then George Bush sucks as well. What I'm trying to say is this. Tricky Dick Nixon, in my opinion, set America backwards. The moment that we rejected the gold standard for the dollar, I mean, here's the thing. This is why I don't save dollars. I mean, I have dollars in my bank account, obviously, because I obviously like to pay everything I need to pay. I keep a lot of money in my checking account. But I also keep a shit ton of money in my brokerage account. I also have a lot of assets in my brokerage account too. Mainly because when I swing trade, man, I make lots of money swing trading. I'm not here to promote a course, by the way. I'm not one of those douchebags, but I'm just saying I do make money swing trading. And that's why I don't need to make a course, because I actually make money swing trading. I do like to make money on YouTube, obviously, because I'm an entrepreneur at the end of the day. But yeah. What I'm trying to get at is this. All right, think about it this way. Hold on. What I'm trying to get at is simple. God, this is what I get for drinking. Oh my God, my train of thought is so screwed up right now. Like I said, I'm nursing a hangover, so I'm a little bit sloshed. I'll try to finish that thought later.
Administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of...
I think we do need to acknowledge that Richard Nixon was one of the worst presidents of all time. In fact, let me look that up. Was Richard Nixon the worst president of all time? Now, granted, Joe Biden, I think, is the worst president of all time. I mean, he took us off the gold standard, dude. I mean, Nixon took us off the gold standard. That is a bigger deal. I think because as somebody who loves economics, I'm an economics guy. As somebody who loves economics, Tricky Dick Nixon. Taking us off the mother effing gold standard? Come on, brother. What are you doing, man? You should have never took us off the goddamn gold standard. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Pissing me off, man. Pissing me the fuck off, bro. Tricky Dick.
Of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
Trump
daddy, dude. Trump daddy.
We all respect Joe, and he's a little bit more liberal than... That's okay. I have a lot of friends that are liberal, but Joe is...
This is why I love Trump, dude. This is why I love Donald Trump, because he's willing to work with everybody. Joe Rogan is pretty liberal, by the way. Joe Rogan is pretty damn liberal. So the one thing I love about Joe Rogan, though, he's willing to work with people. Donald Trump is willing to work with people that don't think like him. He's trying. And this is what a good negotiator does. He realizes that sometimes you just got to sit at the table and you just got to talk. You got to try to ask some questions, try to get down to what needs to be done. And no, I love the fact that Trump is actually signing this executive order. I think it's fabulous. I love it. I think it's cool that Joe Rogan's involved, man. Joe Rogan's a smart dude. He knows his shit. And yeah, I think it's great, man. I think it's great.
Amazing guy, and he wrote me a little note about this, and I had it checked out. I didn't just do it. I had it checked out. I went to Bobby and Oz. I went to some of the people that work for you, real pros, and everybody came back with the same answer. You know, normally they'll come back, because this happens a lot. I have a couple of them like that, where they're not sure. It's like, you know, it goes two ways. This thing, everybody thought it was incredible. And I told Bobby, I said, Bobby, let's just do it and get Oz involved, and it's going to get done so quickly.
Dr. Oz, baby. No, I love Dr. Oz, dude. I think it's cool they got my boy Dr. Oz involved. I think it's sexy.
You guys did a great job. Would you like to say something else?
Mr. President, I want to thank Matt Zorin, who's hiding in the back there, who actually on Sunday wrote a draft for this. You already thanked Heidi and Kelly, but you know, Susie Wiles makes everything run here. This was an unimaginable task in 1 week to be able to go from a series of connections and communication with Joe Rogan through the honey badger of them all, Bobby Kennedy, who said, we're not going to stop. We didn't start calling everyone down the bike. Steph Spear's been involved, and Chris Klump, who's been doing a fantastic job helping run.
Dr. Oz is my boy, dude. I love Dr. Oz, man. He's a smart dude. Dr. Oz is... You should not underestimate the greatness of Mr. Dr. Mehmet Oz, dude. He's a stud. And to anybody who's not a big fan of Dr. Oz, I mean, whatever. Yeah, you guys don't know what you're talking about, but Dr. Oz, man, I've picked up some great information from Dr. Oz. He's one of those guys. He believes in holistic healing as well. He believes in actual, like, preventative medicine, which is what most doctors tend to do. They tend to say, hey, you should not be visiting the doctor so much. You should be doing preventative medicine. Take 10,000 steps a day, for example. Dude, the simple act of walking 10,000 steps in a day does wonders for your body. Like, people don't actually think about this, but doing the simple act of 10,000 steps does wonders for the human body. And it's crazy the amount of good chemicals you create, because we were designed to walk. Like, me sitting in this fucking chair, once I'm done, every time I'm done live streaming, I end up taking like an hour or an hour and a half walk. I go out in the sunshine, I get that sunshine, man, and I just go, which it looks like it might be sunny. I don't know if it's going to be sunny or not. We'll see. But no, I love taking a good walk, man.
Everything in great efficiency, made something. And I just want to emphasize this. This is an entire paradigm shift away from a one-day-a-pill model, which has failed so many. And to the many who are drug resistant that Joe just spoke to, this offers them a way of getting out of that rut. The question now is, can we study why it works to understand it better, to use it better? That's what Jay Bhattacharya is going to do, NIH with major funding support, perhaps some ARPA as well. Marty spoke eloquently about the FDA's accelerated pathway for this. And then we're going to, when we learn more, figure out better ways of getting access to these products through our healthcare system. This is an extraordinarily exciting day, and it would never happen if the president just would not take no for an answer. He called on the way, Joe, to the fight on Saturday. And I think he was as determined to get this done as the men in those rings and women in those rings that night. Thank you, sir.
They are determined.
I want to thank Professor Nolan Williams. When I was a professor at Stanford, I got to know him, and he taught me about ibogaine and all the promise that it has for treatment-resistant depression and so many other conditions. Frankly, for me, I learned a lot. Unfortunately, he passed away last year. I want to thank this amazing team that just moved heaven and earth to get things done. I do want to emphasize this is something that we're still studying, and we have to keep studying. We have to figure out the right way to like make sure we administer it, that it's safe, that we don't just take it for granted. We already know everything, because we don't. And for the NIH and for ARPA-H, we are absolutely committed to making sure that we keep studying it, keep getting the best gold standard science on it.
Oh, we got my boy Mad Dude. What up, dude? Call me Based Garza. I love that, dude. I love the sound of that. Michael Gaze. They call me Gaza. Why do you guys call me Gaza? Is it because I'm a femi man? Is it because I'm an effeminate man? Okay, I'm a little effeminate. Don't get me wrong. Look, I don't grow a beard. I shave my beard. That doesn't make me a pussy. Oh, I'm kind of a pussy. But look, I'm an effeminate man. Just kidding. But no, I really do appreciate you guys for tuning in. We've been streaming for about a couple hours already, and my God, we've been getting super chats, we've been getting gifts up the ass. We've been killing it, brothers. We've been killing it. So I appreciate everybody for subscribing too. We get more subscribers every day. This is one of the reasons why I doubled down on YouTube, because YouTube has been so rewarding to me. You guys have helped keep everything going, man. You guys are one of the big reasons why this show is so successful. Now, if it wasn't for a lot of you guys, man, this show would not be successful. We would not be where we're at. We know what we're doing, man. We know what we're doing on this channel. We figured it out. We figured out the formula, but we're going to keep improving the show in any way we can. We're going to keep doing our crazy thing. We're going to keep being brony bros. And I'm not a real brony, though. I'm a pretend brony. I do like calling everybody brony, though. You're a pink brony, bro. Oh, man. Okay, let's keep watching, though.
You see here...
Laugh out loud.
...is my National Institute of Drug Abuse...
Hold on, let me put that up again real quick. Thank you for the
Laugh
super
out
chat.
loud.
Thank you, Yay Area 7. I appreciate it. It looks like the text-to-speech is unwilling to say it, so I'm unwilling to display, but I will send it a love. I thought I sent it a love. Did I send it a love? It deserves all the love. I appreciate the super chat, though. Thank you, Yay Area 7, for the super. We appreciate you. You're a stud. And I gave it a love and I gave it a like, man. We're just getting super chats up the butt, dude. I love it. Maybe not literally, figuratively, man. I don't know. I got to stop saying everything's up the butt, dude. I got to stop saying that, bro. Oh, man. No, you guys make this show worthwhile, though, man. I love doing this show for you guys. This show's so much fun to do. I'm a lucky guy. I really am. I'm a lucky guy to be able to do this show for a living. And you guys have made it all possible, so big time.
Director, she's been an absolute hero in just developing scientific, so the commitment for American science to focus on this, and in many ways, it's that scientific advance that brought us to this moment. So thank you, President Trump.
But if it's good, we want to get it fully approved fast, right?
I mean, for the things that have great evidence, and that's
because,
what
these studies, they go on for a long time.
I want to see this
small wiener gang.
Fast approval, man. I would love to see fast approval. Hey, thank you, Tony Long. I appreciate you for subscribing to the channel, man. Everybody give a shout out to Tony Long. Tony Long is making me long, everybody. Oh, my God.
Small wiener gang.
You're making me long, brother. No, God. Oh, man.
Time, and if it's good, I mean, I have a witness right here. These two incredible brothers. That, to me, is a study, right?
I mean, it's just as Commissioner McCary said, there's stuff that we know, and we can tell it works. We still got to figure out sometimes how it works or why it works. That we got to keep doing, even as we move forward fast.
But it does work.
Some of those, I mean, absolutely, some of those treatments absolutely work.
Yes, it works.
Here.
It works.
I'm trying to get the answer because it either works or it doesn't. I would think that there's been a lot of research already, indirect research, maybe the ultimate research, people that have taken it, because I've spoken to people that have taken it, aside from the trail, both of them. I've spoken to 5 people that
Mr. President, works.
That had big problems.
I've done it 3 times.
Yeah,
it works.
please.
It fixed my demonic relationship.
This is Rob O'Neill, who's a friend of mine and a great guy. Go ahead.
It fixed my demonic relationship with alcohol. It saved my life, and then it saved my wife. So every day's a blessing. It took about 3 years of. I did it 3 times. It's a different adventure every time. That's not fun.
So without it, you would have had problems.
I did it with. There was a Green Beret, 28-year sergeant major, that told me when we finished, make sure you tell Amber Capone, the CEO of Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions, that she saved my life because I was going to kill myself next week. This is my last chance. I had a 28-year veteran tell me that. This works.
Wow, man. Holy crap. The fact of the matter is, I'm glad that stuff works for these guys. I really am. I think that's amazing. And look, if there's a drug that can help people out, like legitimately, like really help people out, and it isn't like an opioid or anything, I think it's great. As long, obviously there's going to be side effects, and I think that side effects should be studied with anything. But it sounds like there isn't. It sounds like these people are just a lot happier. Granted, I still believe that you should extend research and keep researching and let people know the risks of taking whatever drugs that they're taking. But if this is helping people not kill themselves, I mean, like if it's actually making it to where they're not committing suicide, that's amazing. That's amazing. If it's helping them live a healthier, happier life, then you know what? Maybe it's worth the risk. Every medication, but it's better than being addicted to opioids, At least it's my opinion. In my opinion, I think it's better than being addicted to opioids. So I can't wait to see where this bill goes, how far it goes as well. It's amazing.
Okay, good.
Mr. President,
yes.
you asked Marcus to speak about his experience.
Thank you, Secretary. Yeah, Mr. President, what Rob O'Neill was talking about, my wife, Amber Capone, is the CEO of our charity Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. We had prayed for this day to come 10 years ago when we started the charity. We've been sending veterans outside the country, Joe, that you've been talking about for years, several thousand now, and we said the mission will end once this day happens, so we believe this is a huge step in maybe that the mission goes away, and now we have affordable access right here in the U.S.
Why didn't they get it done?
We're getting it done, right? You're getting it done.
Yeah. Why yet other presidents looking at it, right? Why didn't they get it done?
I think we needed you.
That's my job. I can answer that question, sir. Good morning.
Go ahead, please.
There's a small group of us in the House that have been trying to move legislation since I showed up. Mr. Correa, Mr. Bergman, Mr. McCall, Mr. Crenshaw, every year have tried to move legislation. That side of the room is not going to like what I have to say about this. And every year it has all fallen short. Every year it has all fallen short. And it's because of the proverbial roadblocks that were always in the way.
Right. Sure.
Okay, fair assessment. But those members and myself were convicted never to give up, ever.
And it's a good thing they didn't give up, man, because it's great that they're able to do this. I mean, there's a lot of people who could probably use this drug. Absolutely. And to be able to streamline it, man, I think it's amazing, dude. I think it's amazing what they're doing. By the way, if you guys can, don't forget to tap the subscribe button. If you guys support independent media and you guys are tired of the mainstream media like I am, I mean, I've been tired of the mainstream media for a long time. I think the mainstream media lies up through the teeth. I think they're disingenuous. And I don't trust them. I don't trust the mainstream media through and through. So, no, thank you guys for subscribing, though. I appreciate y'all.
And with this executive order, I'm going to maintain composure, Mr. President. With this executive order, you have broken down those barriers and allowed us. I have all the faith in the world that this will codify and remain forever. So thank you very much for taking care of your service members and your veterans.
See, Donald Trump's doing the right things every single time. Like, obviously, has he made some errors in certain judgments? Sure, everybody does. Nobody's perfect. But he's done a hell of a job. Give me a moment, though. I do need to take a bit of a whiz real quick, you guys. So, BRB, be right back for everybody. I'll, do your things, chat amongst yourselves. I got to take that whiz. I might even do a few sit-ups. Here we go. It's good to see you guys. All right. All right, let's keep going. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
And giving the members that have been working on this for so long a chance. Thank you, sir.
Well, this, when I signed this does solve it for the 3-year.
Give me a moment. All right, let's keep going, man.
But we'll get that codified very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Once I sign it, we get them codified. So we'll make it permanent. I have no doubt it's going to be working. Would anybody else like to say something? These two women are so talented.
Well, I love an executive order that says research, 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 because it's ultimately what guides us onto how to optimally do things. And
That's
I think
right.
that this is what hopefully will start to happen, and bringing up change in a system that has been very difficult to modify because of prior experiences. These drugs have unique characteristics that could actually, if we investigate them, can bring us into potential applications that currently we're not thinking about. But if we close the door to science, if we close the door to data, we'll just keep on doing the same thing again and again.
Do you think the door was closed?
It was hard.
Yes.
It was hard to do research.
It's very, very hard. And it's actually just by scheduling as a one, it makes it very
So
difficult.
this is a big move then. It's going to have
It will facilitate
bigger than
research.
just this one thing that we're talking about.
Yes.
That's good.
That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal, dude.
I haven't heard a toilet flush yet.
That's because... Are you accusing me of something? Thank you, Yay Area 7. Thank you so much, Yay Area 7, for the super chat, though, my brony bro. I appreciate that big time, man. Nah, thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate it, man. Getting lots of super chats, lots of gifts today. My God. Amazing. Amazing.
I'm glad we didn't waste a Saturday morning.
Lots of new subscribers today, too, dude. Thank you guys for taking the time to subscribe to the channel, though. It really does help the channel grow. You guys are incredible. You guys are making the dream happen. I mean, one of the reasons why this show's continued to get better and better and better is because we keep getting more and more users. I mean, obviously, I've upped the quality of the audio. I've upped the quality of the video quite a bit, but just being able to do an AM style, like this is like almost like AM radio a little bit, but I'm taking it to YouTube and to the vertical live format, you know, it's shown to be very positive. People are really being receptive, and I can't say just how grateful I am. You know, you guys have been just so unbelievable. So thank you guys for being big loyal fans to the show. Just everybody who's subscribed, to everybody who's tapped the like button, to everybody who's super chatted and gifted, man. You guys are keeping this show on the upscale, baby. On the upscale. Let's go, dude.
Please.
Yes, Mr. President, this is a much needed, bold move for precision mental health for our veterans and others, and accelerates access to personalized, targeted treatments. As you have heard, many veterans and others experiencing mental health disorders, they go through up to years of trial and error, trying one treatment that doesn't work, trying another, and not knowing why. My work at Stanford and with my colleagues is to develop brain-based tests that can be measured right now in our VA and other locations that help us understand why these new treatments work and who they'll be most effective for. So with your mandate, we are in a position to really accelerate saving lives of many more people and getting them well sooner.
I love
and
it, man.
I believe that
I love it.
with this, the United States will be the first country in the world.
No, I think this is incredible because what they're doing, man, they are saving lives on a massive scale. I mean, this is a level of life saving that you really kind of have to not just you have to admire it. I mean, there's nothing else. You just have to admire it. And what they're doing is they're trying to get the bill passed, or not it's not even a bill. It's just an executive order. And it's cool that they're trying to streamline a lot of these drugs that have been very effective for people to allow more people to have access to it. I think it's fabulous. I think it's great. By the way, if people are on the brink of, and here's the thing, if people are on the brink of hurting themselves in a way that's bad, might as well take a chance on something, you know? You might as well take a chance on something a little bit different. So I love what these doctors are doing. I love what Trump is doing here. I think it's fabulous. Some people don't really care what other people think. I think what he's doing is right. I think he's right on the money. And by the way, if you guys think that Trump is right, tap the subscribe button. If you guys think that Trump is the GOAT, tap the subscribe button. If you guys are tired of the woke left telling you what to do and telling you what to believe, tap the subscribe button. Just tap it, man. Just don't tap it with your tip. Do not tap it with your tip. If you tap the subscribe button with your tip, you're a monster.
To treat mental health like we do cancer and like
and you're reprehensible. No, I'm just
we
kidding.
do many other chronic mental illnesses.
We're now the world is.
Yeah.
The world is actually watching this because there are a lot of countries that want to do this and they haven't been able to. They're going to be following suit very, very strongly. Thank you very much, both. Anybody else? You guys okay? Everybody, let's sign it, right? You want to say something?
Mr. President, thank you. This treatment saved my life as well, and so many fellow veterans.
No, I think it's cool, man. And like look at some of these people in the chat are basically saying like psychedelics are great, for mental health. And I'm not, still talk to a doctor, talk to a doctor, obviously. Always talk to a doctor about any sort of medicine. You got to figure out what's right for you. Everybody's body's different. Everybody's, the way people operate is different. So always, and I mean always, talk to a doctor, bro. Always. 100.
Laugh out loud. I haven't heard at oil at flush yet.
Everybody, once again, give a shout out to at Yay Area 7 for the super chat 5 minutes ago. I appreciate that big time, bro. We always appreciate super chats on this channel or gifts. We accept either. Gifts, super chats, whatever you guys want to throw our way. We appreciate anything. And just shows support for the show. We're an independent show, and we've been making a lot of money. We've been making a lot of money, admittedly, doing what we do. And not like a ton of money, but, enough to make sure everything's good, So we're keeping the show alive. We're keeping the show afloat. I mean, you guys are keeping the show afloat, is what I'm really trying to say. The fact of the matter is you guys are subscribing to the channel, so don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So, yeah, don't forget to tap subscribe. It really does help in so many ways. I appreciate you guys. Let's keep watching a little bit of DT, man.
Helped me get off opiates, stop using a nerve stimulator I had implanted, sleep for the first time in over 10 years. So thank you.
And you have no doubt, right?
Zero.
Well, to me, that's the best research of all.
That's impressive, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, it's my honor. Good, that's a good one. Oh, I wanted this one. See that, Joe? You think Biden can do that?
I realized the mic was fucking muted. I'm an idiot. No, no, but no auto pen required, bro. No auto pen at all. None needed. He didn't need to. He didn't sign it with an auto pen, bro. He did his thing. Joe Biden would have.
Do you have any questions of the folks? And I think we'll keep it on the subject pretty much. You'll have some questions on Iran, I know that. But this is such an important subject that I'd rather let this just speak for itself. And we'll be talking about Iran later. We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years.
Oh, yeah, the conflict in Iran, man. So here's the thing. Iran, in my opinion, Trump is and this is where Trump slams Iran. So Trump is going to take probably some questions about Iran and stuff like that. But this is the meat and potatoes. We're saving the best for last about Trump slamming Iran. And look, if you guys think Iran is cooked, tap the subscribe button. Look, I think the government of Iran, I want to just explain why the government of Iran needed to be demolished. I'm going to explain 3 key reasons why the government of Iran needed to be demolished. First reason, they were killing protesters. The Iranian government was killing their own protesters at scale. And the reason they were killing these protesters is because they were protesting the existing regime, which, by the way, the existing Iranian regime has been a piece of shit for a long time. Second reason why the Iranian government deserves to be demolished, and along with their military. Not only were they killing their own citizens, like I had mentioned, they were enriching uranium to almost near weapons grade scale. I want that to sink in. Iran, with how dark their philosophy is and how terrible they are, their philosophies are trash. And the Iranian government would love nothing more than nuclear war with all of its neighbors. Absolutely. It would do it in a heartbeat. Their government was so toxic. The third reason I have, not only the enriching of uranium, not only the killing of their own protesters, but the third main reason is they have been the #1 state sponsor of terror for a long time. They have armed terrorists with weapons. So that way those terrorists could do their bidding and make the lives of other people worse. So to be honest, I love what President Trump is doing. I fully support it. The war in Iran, if we're going to be honest with each other, was completely necessary. So if you guys are on this, if you guys live in the United States and you're on the side of Iran, I hope you really take the time to rethink what your beliefs are. Because look, the U.S., honestly, I'm proud of what Trump has done. I am 100% proud of what Donald Trump has done.
Small wiener gang.
Completely. No, but I wanted to give a shout out. Thank you, Kelly Lynn Barnett. Thank you for subscribing. Wait a minute. I'll give you a shout out real quick. Thank you, Kelly Lynn Barnett. Appreciate
Small
it.
wiener gang.
Appreciate the subscribe. It helps the channel a lot. More subscribers we get, the better. But no, the Iranian government's terrible. I just want to say that, man. What the Iranian government has done is terrible. 100% through and through. Iran has been the #1 state sponsor of terror for a very, very long time. And Trump needed to put a stop to it. And so far, he's done a pretty good job of putting a stop to it, man. So, to those of you who don't believe that Trump's in the right, I think he's completely in the right, and I love what he's done. Anybody who says that the Iranian government is the victim in this instance is an idiot. The Iranian people have been victim to their own government for a very long time. Their government has been absolute trash, and it needs to be put to a stop. It needs to absolutely be put to a stop, and you know it.
Kellylin 1000 says, I agree.
Kelly, your name sounds familiar. Kelly Lynn. Your name sounds familiar. Wait, are you Janie's mom? I think you are, dude. I think you might be. Okay, so you're not. Okay, good. All right, dude. Okay, here we go. But no, I think what's happening, I think what Trump is doing is the right thing ultimately, and I know there's some people are going to be pissy pants about it. But no, I think Trump's doing the right thing, man. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. I really appreciate all you guys for taking the time to simp-scribe is what I like to call it, simping. I want you guys to simp-scribe to the channel. I'm just kidding. You guys don't have to simp. But we do appreciate the simpography, you know. If you want to be a pimp, then you better simp. If you want to be a pimp, then you got to simp. Oh, yeah, tell me right now, if you want to be a simp, then you better be a pimp. I don't know why I'm the greatest rapper of all time, and why do I act like this all day long? Am I wearing my juicy Superman thong? Oh, yeah, I'm always wearing man thongs every day, every night, even though my pussy's tight, even though my pussy's really loose, but I say it's tight. Okay. That's the extent of my rap ability. By the way, I'm the greatest white rapper in the US of A, and now my homeboys, they think that I'm gay. But no, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for tuning into the Michael Garza Show. Brought to you by Arizona Jeans from JCPenney. Just kidding. Honestly, if JCPenney ever wanted to sponsor this show, I used to work at JCPenney back in the day, but they'd probably be too ashamed to sponsor this show. So I doubt we're ever going to get a JCPenney sponsorship anytime soon, but that'd be hilarious if we did. But thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, though. Like I said, I really do appreciate it big time. You guys have made this show amazing. But no, big time. I appreciate y'all. You guys are incredible. And if I could, oh, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go. Way up high or down low. And I'll go wherever you will go. So maybe... Okay, I gotta stop singing, man. I love singing during the show, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a singer. I'm the gayest of all time. You guys want me to sing Pink Brony Club? I heard you want me to be gay, but I can't ignore my sleazy visions of me in Coos Bay. And I heard that there's a messed up place where all my brony bros like to get cream pied in their face. I'm having homoerotic dreams of creaming in Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been so shitty to me. It will make my mama ashamed. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her brony boy. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the gay club. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing my man thong down at the Bachelor's Inn. I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Bachelor's Inn. I'm gonna keep on crapping at the... Okay, no more singing for the night. I'll sing a little bit later tonight, though, when all my pink brony bros can get all... God damn it. This is what I get, bro. This is what I get, dude. So E.T. is saying that, Garza, you're my modern day jester. I am I do have a court jester style personality, but I look like a king, but I'm dressed like a clown. I'm not singing about, why would I sing about peeing in the sink, bro? I don't pee in the sink. God damn it. Why do you guys think I pee in the sink? What is up with that, dude?
Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are...
I'm loving this.
It is regime change. You call that enforced regime change. But we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the Strait again, as they've been doing for years. And they can't blackmail us. In fact, a lot of the ships are coming up to Texas.
You can't, dude. You can't. You can't cuck the Trump, dude. All right, give me one moment. I got to take a whiz. do this. Let's keep watching.
I don't know if you know, in Louisiana, the ships are coming up. They got used to it. Maybe they'll keep doing it. It's worked out pretty good. But it's going actually along very well. And we'll see. But we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them. And, you know, we're taking a tough stand. They've killed a lot of people. A lot of our people have been killed. A lot of your fellow soldiers have been killed over the years by Iran. The roadside bomb. Soleimani, I killed Soleimani.
Thank you for that. He was making the explosive form penetrators. They're making them in Iran, bringing them to Iraq, and blasting through the vehicles.
Well, he was a
Yeah, Soleimani was a piece of crap, dude. Trump's just doing the right things, man. I know people don't agree with that, but I don't really care what common sentiment is. I can tell he's effective. I can tell what is effective and what is not. This man is an effective person. Completely end of story. Completely end of story. He's effective. I love it, bro.
Father of the roadside bomb, essentially, and he killed a lot of people. And when you see soldiers or others, but soldiers generally walking around with no legs, with no arms, a face that's been smashed, that was Soleimani, that was Iran that did that. So we have a much different view on it than other presidents. They've gotten away with murder for 47 years. They're not getting away with it anymore.
This is Trump, dude. Trump's laying down he's putting his foot down. He's laying down the law, man. My man's laying it down, dude.
Anybody have any questions with the great professionals, please?
So I wanted to know, could this potentially ever be available through the VA? You know, because I was talking to Liz over here, you guys went down to Mexico together, but it's really expensive. And this is another drug that's expensive.
We have the right guy, Oz. Let's go.
Veterans need this.
Boy, are you good for this question. You're talking about expense and availability.
So I spoke to Doug Collins. Obviously, both he obviously pays for the VA, and we pay for Medicare, Medicaid, children's health insurance. Are very focused on the results that the NIH and FDA are going to offer us. We have a mechanism of creating models, CMMI. That might be the wise way to go because we can continue to study the impact. It is such a massive shift in how you deliver care. Imagine instead of taking a pill a day for your depression, you go through one treatment, but you have to have few people watching you. It's a very different world. So we're working that through. That's why the president, I think this is the perfect step to get everything rolling, to deliver on the promise he made.
What's timing would you say on that, before you know?
We could have a CMMI model that we would announce by the end of this year. But the reason I'm not...
Dude, if that happens by the end of the year, that's crazy. If they have something figured out by the end of the year, hell yeah.
Committing to that now is I want to make sure that the FDA and NIH have time, along with the great scientists, to give us a bit more information about how to deliver care. I'll give you one concrete example. For things like, well, Ibogaine is a little different story, but you wouldn't want two people in the room during the treatment. That's true for many of these approaches. That's a very different way of delivering medicine. And so the models that Abe Sutton runs that group for us and has done a great job for the president, that will be probably the fastest way of moving forward and give the VA data so they can make wiser decisions, because Doug Collins is very focused on this.
But there's one thing I'd add. There's nothing more expensive right now than the mental health crisis in America. 21% of Americans have a diagnosable mental health condition. The second leading cause of death for young adults today is suicide.
Wow. That's crazy, dude. That is insane.
Mr. President, antidepressants right now are the most prescribed class of medications in the country. Over 20% of women are on an antidepressant.
And is that good in terms of do they work?
There's highly problematic research on the fact that over 20% of U.S. women are on these drugs that are prescribed for life. We have a mental health crisis. And
do they work?
No, he's right, though. We absolutely have a mental health crisis in America. I mean, it's a real deal, man. There is a true mental health crisis in America. And honestly, if these drugs are relatively safe, it's better than taking opioids, dude. Sounds like these drugs are better than opioids, you know? I mean, like, come on, man. That's the way I see it, man. Better than taking opioids, bro.
Asking 1 week to be
cries of Muhammad.
They do work for some people.
Very effective.
So lifetime drug and
well, even if it's lifetime, but
Hey, thank you so much. Go Boilers Prods. Thank you for sending a chili for 6 joules. I appreciate it, Brony. You're the man. Thank you. Anybody who sends a gift, by the way, gifts are always appreciated on this channel, so we never shy away from gifts at all. So feel free to send a gift, a super chat, whatever you guys want to send, man.
Do they look at what's happened as we've prescribed them and made them one of the most prescribed classes?
The numbers are not great.
Perhaps I could jump in from the scientific side.
Thank you, Mr. President. What's the timeline?
Hold on, she just wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think what's really important about your order is we really want to understand why these rapid-acting treatments work. We need that for every treatment in mental health illnesses. Standard antidepressants in research, they do work for some people, but certainly not everyone. And if we think of cancer, all other conditions, we have a test to know which treatment is needed, and we don't have that for mental illness. It's guesswork.
This is tough. With that, it either works or it doesn't work, and you have the result.
So
with this, you don't
as
know.
part of this order, I think it's really important that we're able to have the investment to understand who does this work for, and the test to accompany that.
Yeah.
So thank you for
Do
making
you
that
think this
work.
can be a big step above antidepressants? What we're doing?
Oh, dude. I think what they're doing is going to be a huge step above antidepressants. A lot of antidepressant medications that are out there, I think, are actually really bad for most people, in my opinion. I still think you should talk to a doctor if a doctor prescribes something, Listen to your medical professional. But I think it's good to have alternatives for people who don't want to be stuck on those types of antidepressant medications. I think it's good to have an alternative. So I think what Trump is doing is fabulous. I think it's great. And honestly, I love it, bro. I love it. Let's keep watching.
I think it can be identifying who doesn't respond to an antidepressant straight away, rather than waiting for years. And
What
being
percentage
able
of people respond positively to antidepressants? How
20 to
much?
30%.
That's not great.
No.
That's not great. Well, thank you very much. Good question.
Mr. President, what's the timeline for those with mental health disorders, substance abuse disorders, to readily take advantage of this treatment based upon the executive order that you're signing today?
So I'd like to ask maybe Marty that question.
Sure. So first of all, right now it's available on clinical trials. We have not had applications in-house at the FDA. There was one that came in under the Biden administration. It was kicked out and not accepted. We now have 3 applications that are imminent, and we'll be issuing vouchers next week. The fastest FDA approval was 42 days during the HIV epidemic. On our national priority voucher program under President Trump, we are now down to that time frame on a routine basis instead of a year. In my opinion, we need this.
I think it's great that they're fast tracking a lot of these things. Look, I think a lot of this needs to be fast tracked. Absolutely. 100%, dude. 100%.
Same level of urgency we had with HIV for PTSD and depression and anxiety and our mental health disorder and cancer and heart disease and so many other conditions. So you're going to see decisions out from the FDA later this summer as soon as we get the applications.
That's great. That's great.
And Mr. President,
I like that. I really like that answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then in regards to the timing of the executive order, was there not enough known about this treatment a year ago or 5 years ago or 8 years ago to sign the executive order that you signed?
So do you want to answer that question? Go ahead.
I just added 2016, the lead professor at Johns Hopkins said this was the most promising therapy that he's seen in his career, and many doctors from leading institutions said that. There's been a hold. There's been incentives against this, and it's the bravery and leadership of President Trump.
So you think artificial barriers?
Yes, it started, and this, to be clear, is starting a fast-track scientific process that's subject to FDA approval. But this has been known among leading institutions for many times as a very promising therapy.
So could it not have...
Heck yeah, bro. I love it. If it's a promising therapy and it's going to help a lot of people out, I say go for it, man. I mean, if it's actually if they're doing trial runs and people are actually responding really, really well with minimal side effects over a certain period of time, I say give them a chance. I think it's fabulous, man. And by the way, like I always say, not medical advice. I just want to make that very clear. Not medical advice. I think what Trump is doing is fabulous, though, fast-tracking this. It's my opinion, just opinion. Always talk to a medical professional.
Been signed in your first term, or there just wasn't enough information known about it?
Nobody told me about it, frankly. I got, all of a sudden, I've been getting a lot of calls. I think a lot, in all fairness, I think a lot's been learned over the last few years.
I should say that. I mean, a lot has been learned over the past few years. And I think in the first term, if I was standing behind the president, I would have been much more comfortable than I am now, thanks to the research that's been done. I mean, still a lot more to do. It's worked for so many people. It's really a great move to do this, but the research is really important because we're going to keep improving, keep learning, and make sure that the people get the treatment they need when they are depressed, when they are addicted, when they have PTSD. We can keep doing the research and also acknowledge the research that's been done. That's when you get good health policy.
I think it's great, man. I think that's fabulous. I really do.
And Secretary Kennedy's role, he just doesn't stop. I mean, every day, all day long, until he gets these things done. This is not an easy boulder to push up the hill. And Secretary Kennedy was undaunted, and he'd been talking about it for a while, so he had a passion anyway. But his mentoring has allowed a lot of folks to move this quickly.
And if I can jump in rapidly, because I was one of those doctors that was not supportive of psychedelic therapy because I thought it was magical thinking. But over the past 6 to 10 years, we have seen an emergence of data that we cannot ignore. These drugs have the capacity.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is honestly, it sounds like it's safer than half of the prescription drugs that are out there. It's what it sounds like, you know? And if it's going to help people out, I mean, I say it's worth a try, you know? Especially people who are not responding well to prescription drugs. Here's the thing, man. Prescription drugs have about the same success rate as your typical baseball batter, right? Think about it this way. In baseball, I think the average hitting percentage is like what? For a good hitter, probably like what, 29%? 29% they're successful at the plate. It feels like that's about the same for prescription drugs. I can understand if a baseball player's 29% success rate at the plate, that makes sense to me. But when a drug has only a 29 to 25% success rate or whatever that percentage was, I'm not a big fan of prescription drugs and never have been. I still think you should talk to your doctor, figure out what's right for you, but at the same time, I love what President Trump is doing, giving people alternatives when they feel like they have no other roads to go. I like it, man. I really do. I mean, I think it's truly amazing. Okay, so let's keep watching. We're going to react to the rest of this video. We're probably only going to stream for about 4 hours today. I mean, we've been really successful on this one stream alone, so I kind of want to keep the momentum going.
As was mentioned before, with one single administration to change the behavior of someone towards a therapeutic effect. In animal models, one single administration recreates pathways that have been eroded because of pathology. So we have a tool that potentially could allow us to basically manipulate the ability of our own bodies to heal itself, if we know how to properly use it.
I will say, though, one of the reasons why I try to walk at least 10,000 steps every day is because of the great benefit that 10,000 steps a day actually has. So keep that in mind. I mean, I'm obviously not a doctor by any means, but I think most doctors would agree with me. If you walk every day, you're gonna create a lot of chemicals that you need to create overall.
And that's why research, as I mentioned before, is opening up doors to explore what else can we do, how to optimally use it.
But you're just hearing and seeing automatic research. You're hearing and seeing things now that you wouldn't have really, you wouldn't be able to have done a couple of years ago. I mean, it just seems to me, I've been hearing about it a little bit over the last year. I never heard anything about it in the past. It was almost like taboo. It's not taboo anymore, right?
Yep.
And there was not enough science neither. And I think that's where the evidence speaks for itself. And ultimately, that's what I say. I was one of those doctors that didn't believe in it. So we do data in order to change our perspective and to do things better.
I was surprised to hear about the antidepressants. I assumed they'd be better. That's not very good. So, Bobby, you're going to push it very hard?
Yes.
I think I could probably get to 20K steps. I think I could pull that off. Absolutely. Yeah, I think I could pull off 20K. I think I could do it. Probably. I hope.
We'll get it done. Sounds good to me. Well, these two guys and this third with Rob too and with you. I mean, that to me is research, right? Maybe the ultimate research, right? Big fans, all big fans. Well, I want to thank everybody, and it's going to be...
So what do you guys think about Donald Trump doing this, man? I think it's great. I think it's fabulous, and I think what he's doing is incredible. It looks like breaking news. Iran is rejecting scheduled peace talks with the U.S. Let's take a look at this report.
Every president has said since Truman that they have the ability to use the military to protect Americans. That's what he doesn't have to have a formal war declaration. So this president has that right, and he's doing the right thing. I mean, this guy, Trump is busting his butt to protect American lives. Why don't these Democrats get on board and say,
Yeah, it's because the Democrats have Trump derangement syndrome, and that's a problem. So the Democrats hate Trump so much that they're willing to see America, they're willing to see bad things happen to America, unfortunately, because that's how much they hate Trump. It sucks. I mean, Trump derangement syndrome is fucking real, dude. Trump derangement syndrome is the realest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen people get so crazed out over one person. I really, it blows my mind. Like a rational, sane person will turn into a crazy person the moment that Donald Trump's name is even remotely mentioned. I mean, that is wild to me, bro. Okay, here we go.
Thank God we have a president that quits appeasing these people and protects American lives.
Back to our breaking news out of Iran. Iranian state media now saying the regime has rejected a second round of peace talks, which had been scheduled for this week.
They're rejecting a second round. So basically, Iran's screwed is really what he's saying. This guy's saying Iran just basically wants to get punched in the face. Iran's government wants to get a punch in the. That's basically what's happening. It's crazy. This is honestly wild to me.
Pakistan, so the question is now what? Former Army Special Ops Intel analyst Brett Velikovich is a Fox News contributor and founder of Powerless, and he joins us now. Brett, I still feel like there's a bit of saber rattling happening here, maybe a little for the cameras, maybe a little bit for public consumption, but they'll still want to get to the negotiating table because that's what's best for
I mean, they kind of have no other choice but to get to the negotiating table. If you don't negotiate, I mean, Iran's basically cooked. They only have, once that ceasefire is done and over with, if there's no agreement made by the end of the ceasefire, Iran is completely cooked.
Their people,
that's all there is to it.
You're exactly right, and this is typical from the Iranian regime, but President Trump's approach here appears simple and effective. Maximum clarity with maximum pressure. He's sending envoys for renewed talks in Pakistan, but at the same time, he's making it clear that if Iran refuses real terms, the consequences are going to be overwhelming, including direct threats to infrastructure and potentially boarding these vessels. And that's exactly how you negotiate with regimes like this. You do not beg for peace. You create conditions where peace is the cheapest option for your enemy. And people keep asking whether boarding ships is too aggressive. No, the aggressive act was Iran mining waterways, threatening commercial vessels, sending drones into...
Yeah, no, Iran's done a ton of crappy things. They've also, like I said, they've been the #1 state sponsor of terror for a long time. Look, Iran is not... like, Iran's government is not the victim here. The people of Iran are the victims to Iran's government. Simple as that. I mean, this is what I'm at least analyzing from all this. This is what I'm taking in.
Oil tankers and using maritime commerce as a weapon. The United States is going to restore normalcy. And even now, Iran's still trying to block the straits. Tells you everything. You're not dealing with a normal state behavior. You're dealing with economic warfare. This is about choking global energy and extorting the world. So these boarding operations are going to be disciplined, they're going to be lawful, intelligence-driven, and targeted, and it's going to be done with precision. And right now, frankly, America is going to remind the world who keeps the sea lanes open and who pays the price when they close them.
You nailed it right there. Who keeps open the sea lanes? Because this is not just about the U.S. versus Iran. This is about Iran against the entire world system here when they control or attempt to control this pinch area here, and they're trying to extort money from people who have to obviously get their vessels through there. And they've been doing this, by the way, I should point out now, for quite some time. They have been bad actors on the international stage. By the way, say nothing of the fact that they're not only trying to affect global commerce, the regime there has slaughtered tens of thousands of its own citizens. Something has to happen in this administration, unlike the others that we've seen in the recent past, certainly over the past 47 years, seems hell-bent to make something change here and now.
Right. And that's why this idea of the U.S. military boarding and seizing Iran-linked oil tankers in international waters is the exact enforcement of order needed against a regime that has spent decades funding terror, extorting shipping, weaponizing energy markets. But let's be clear, this is not about stopping commerce. It's about stopping extortion. Iran tried to turn the straits into a toll booth for terrorism, demanding money and control.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Over one of the most critical waterways on Earth. About 1/5 of the world's oil runs through that corridor. And when Tehran threatens it, they're not just attacking the U.S., they're holding the global economy hostage. So our response to them is exactly right. No regime gets to charge the world a ransom for
Yeah.
economic stability. Freedom of navigation isn't something.
Without a doubt. This guy's spot on. Iran can't just be charging these tolls. I mean, I guess they technically can, but it's ridiculous. I mean, they shouldn't. They shouldn't even be allowed to because it's international waterways. So they can't just control the entire Strait of Hormuz because they say so. In fact, I consider what Iran is doing, by the way, is just an act of war. It's an act of war. And by the way, the war's over anyway because the Iranian military is totally cooked. Let's just be honest with ourselves. The Iranian military is completely and utterly cooked. And like I say, if we're all going to be honest with ourselves, I think you guys know I'm right. I think you guys are aware that I'm right. I think I'm right. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I still think I'm on the right path with it. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Give me a few moments. But yeah, let's keep reacting. Let's keep watching, man. Let's keep going.
Something that America is going to rent from Iran. It's something that we're going to enforce. And officials are saying that the next phase expands beyond the Gulf itself, maybe targeting vessels globally that are ferrying Iran oil and weapon support. That matters because Iran's real lifeline is this network of illicit cash flow movements designed to avoid sanctions. So they've got this shadow fleet. That's how they fund IRGC. That's how they fund Hezbollah. It's this regional chaos machine. And when you cut off the money, the missiles and the drones get quieter. And so this is real enforcement.
No, the weaker. So here's the thing. The weaker the Iranian military is overall, the safer the Middle East is. A good Middle East, by the way, if you guys want a safe Middle East, that's the way to do it. Pretty simple, man. The formula is right there. The formula is laid out. Formula is extremely simple. And I think you guys know in your heart of hearts that I'm right. The formula is simple. It's laid out. It's engaged. You know I'm right.
It's real pressure. Iran understands only one language, which is cost. And right now, the administration is making that cost impossible for them to ignore.
I'd be remiss if I didn't get your perspective on the odds of this week coming up. Is it your sense that we're more likely than not to have continued talks or more U.S. military action, including those bridges and power plants as needed to bring them to heel?
Well, I really hope that this ends in peace. But the reality is I've been studying Iran for many decades. And unfortunately, a lot of times you only have to act from strength. And I think it's important to understand the U.S. is acting from strength here, not panic. We've already seen ships comply with U.S. direction and turn around without a single shot fired, simply because American naval dominance changes behavior before even the conflict starts. But boarding operations are really the next step because credibility matters. If you announce a sort of this blockade and never enforce it, it becomes a suggestion. But if we enforce it, it becomes policy. The world pays attention. Iran pays attention. And let's give.
Iran's cooked, dude. Iran is so cooked. Can we just all be honest with ourselves and just say, Iran is cooked? I think we all know it, man. Come on. Who here is aware that Iran's cooked? Any takers? Anybody aware of that? Anybody? Hello? Hello? It's me. No, but dude, Trump's the man, dude. Trump's on the right path, bro.
Give credit where it belongs. U.S. Navy and U.S. Central Command are executing all of this with discipline, not recklessness. This isn't battleships blindly charging forward. It's intelligence-driven operations using ISR, drones, destroyers. We're here to isolate these vessels tied to Iranian revenue streams, and that is what modern maritime dominance looks like in this day and age.
Love having you on the show, Brett Yelkovich, as always. You know what? Let me ask you, though, before I let you go, Karg Island, and I know we're out of time, but is it going to be necessary to occupy Karg, do you think?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Before he answers, I say yes, occupy Karg Island. Occupy that surrounding area. Cut off Iran's ability to supply that area. Iran, in my opinion, their government deserves to be crushed. Iran's government deserves to be crushed. Simple through and through. I think we're all aware of that.
It's potential. I mean, look, I hope we don't put boots on the ground, but if it's necessary to get the job done and control the money, it's all about that money flow there.
Yeah.
And it's all about sending a message really to our adversaries, even all the way from Beijing to Tehran. America's back. We enforce our sanctions. We protect the global economy, and we're going to refuse to let rogue regimes hold the world hostage over oil.
Abso-freaking-lutely. By the way, while I am a little bit hungry. I ate those potato chips, but I need a little more sustenance. So I am going to make a chicken sandwich. BRB. Small wiener gang. I got my chicken sandwich ready to go. All right, give me a moment, everybody. I'm going to put the keyboard over here, the mouse over here. Put this a little further back. Give me a moment. That's amazing.
Oil or missiles, or whatever it takes.
I think that's where we go next. If they don't come to the table here, I think that's there's a high degree of probability that Karg has to be seized. We'll see how it all plays out. Brett Velikovich, terrific analysis. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Kevin.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now.
Hell yeah, dude! I think what's happening, man, Iran's cooked. If they're gonna reject scheduled peace talks, and they're not going to come to the table, not going to come up to an agreement, Iran's just cooked. Dana Perino says this will end in tears. What's she talking about? God, Zoran Mamdani is an example of why I can't stand socialists, because socialists believe in the stupidest ideas, because they already believe in socialism. So
The bus goes round and round all through the town.
Oh, except these socialists lied. These buses are not free. New York City Democratic Socialist Mayor Mamdani and former President Barack Obama singing with those little preschoolers who were so cute yesterday in their first joint appearance as part of a push for free childcare. Joining us now, America's Newsroom co-anchor and the 5 co-host, Dana Perino.
Great to be here.
We're going to talk about your book in a little bit. So let's not spend too much time on Mamdani. But
yeah, he's not worth it.
He's not worth it. But all this free stuff, I thought we figured out nothing's really free.
I think so. Everything he's coming up against reality.
And this is a socialist. This is the problem with socialists. Is Ayn Rand said it best, or I think it was Ayn Rand. Socialism continues to work as long as there's rich people to mooch off of. Eventually, when the rich people's money and effort runs out, socialism goes to hell. Socialism's a bad idea.
I know that he's idealistic, right?
Yeah.
And I know that when you say free healthcare or free childcare, that for people who are struggling, childcare is so expensive, partly because of all the regulations that are put on childcare. That, for example, in Washington, D.C., I believe you had, I don't know if they've changed this, but you had to have a 4-year degree to run a nursery school.
Yes.
That now you're cutting off all sorts of people. Plus, if you are a parent and you're thinking, okay, I got to have this much for rent, I have to have this much for food, and then moms are saying, I would still like to have my career, but I can't make the math work. So if you say, okay, free childcare, okay, well, where is it? Oh, guess what? It's 45 minutes across town. So now you're adding things to people. Instead of figuring out a way to say, how can we solve this from a private sector perspective? They want to try to make it free. It won't happen. It will end in...
Here's the thing. Whenever government tries to solve problems, they end up creating a plethora of additional problems. They don't actually create solutions. Government does not create solutions. Period. End of story. Governments create problems. And when the government takes more of your hard-earned money, the less they get done. Government is inefficient. Government is ineffective. Big government's a problem. Overtaxation. You can't tax away a problem. And this is one of the biggest problems that I have with a lot of democratic theories. They think that you could tax away a problem. That is stupid. Overtaxation causes resentment. A lot of people are leaving California because their taxes are ridiculous over there. And it makes sense. I don't blame them. Crazy. Just give me a few seconds, guys. Mm-mm-mm. Give me a moment, you guys.
In tears, and we'll be right back to where we were if they would have just worked with the private sector to figure out a better way.
Or talk to families. You know what families want? They want maybe a tax break to bring family members close. Like if you live within 5 miles of your mother or your aunt or your cousin, then they live close to you, and maybe a tax break, an extra tax break if a family member is taking care of your kid versus a stranger in a daycare. There are so many family-friendly ideas. And by the way, J.D. Vance has been talking about this, so there is still some hope.
Do you know that childcare is the issue that I wanted to bring up at the presidential debate in September of, when was that? Whenever I did that presidential debate with the Republican candidates, and I wanted to ask a childcare question because I knew this issue was coming. It didn't make the cut, but every day, Ralph Giordano, he runs Fox Business, he and I are like, we called it. We knew this was going to be an issue. But I'll tell you what, the Republicans need to come up with more. J.D. Vance is doing some, but the legislature, the Congress, really could do more, especially.
Yeah. Child care is extremely expensive, but watching Mamdani and Obama, two of the biggest socialists of our lifetime, pandering to New Yorkers in the Bronx. Go figure. Go frickin' figure. The pandering is real.
On the tax breaks.
I'll tell you before we move on to your book, what I think moms really want, mothers with babies and young children, they want to stay home.
Yes.
Make it
Have that
easier
option.
and make it easier for them to stay home and then get back into the workforce if they want later on.
Right.
Kids need their moms at home. Dana, let's talk about your book.
Okay.
Because first of all,
I feel like you kind of lived this book.
Maybe I'm dying to read it. I'm dying to read it. So tell me about it and the message that you want people to get across.
Okay, it's called Purple State, and basically it's about 3 young women going through a quarter-life crisis. I did, right? And I wrote the book, Everything Will Be Okay, which was my self-help book for young women.
And remember.
And the bottom line is choosing to be loved is not a career-limiting decision.
Thank you for the gift. What was that gift? Oh, wow. Everybody, let's give a shout out to one Chucky10 for comboing Clock It. Thank you for the Clock It gifts. I appreciate it. One Chucky10. Wow, dude, that's 80 joules per one. Dude, thank you big time, man. That's incredible. So one Chucky10 comboed 12 Clock Its for 80 joules. I appreciate that big time, bro. Thank you very much for those gifts. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. So the more gifts we get, the more it does. It increases the dollar amounts that we get for this show. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you guys for sending gifts, man. It always helps us out quite a bit. More gifts equals more success.
That your plan is not necessarily going to work out. And in fact, when you hit age 25, 26, you start to realize, oh, it's not working. Number 3, I was very concerned about people being so worried about polarization in America. I believe that we are much more neighborly, and Americans are Americans. If you can get off social media and just meet people where they are.
Social media is so, I mean, even YouTube can sometimes be a little toxic, but Facebook, oh my God. I don't log into Facebook because I think it's a waste of fucking time. I do sometimes check it out just to see if Sal is talking shit about my boy TJ. Because Sal is the guy who runs the Coos Bay area page. He's a piece of garbage. Sal really sucks, dude. Sal is terrible. But yeah, no, thank you so much for those gifts, man. I appreciate the Clock It gifts from one Chucky10. In fact, you know what? Big shout out, bro. Thank you for those gifts, brother. I really do appreciate it. They really do help the channel. So the more gifts we get, the better. And I do like to call out in a good way. I like to call out people who are gifting and stuff like that. It really does help the channel in a lot of ways. So thank you guys. You guys do not know how much I appreciate it, man. You guys are not aware of how much I appreciate it sometimes. Yeah, you guys make the channel grow, bro.
So these 3 young women take a wild chance. They move to Wisconsin, a state you know well. They move to a little town, I call it Cedar Falls.
Sounds like
and they're
you were-
Democrats, okay? That might be a surprise to people. And they start working on the presidential campaign because they want to flip that purple state blue. And guess what happens along the way?
They fall in love with the lumberjack.
Romance.
Yeah, they fall in love with the lumberjack.
It's not quite a lumberjack. It's not quite a lumberjack. But they're 3 great guys. And it's light on the politics. I encourage people to wear their politics lightly. But I love...
Exactly. And here's the thing. Your politics are not your identity. Granted, do I talk about a lot of political stuff on this show? Absolutely. But when I hit the end stream button, I don't really think about politics that much. I really don't. I think Donald Trump's the man, and I loved Donald Trump well before he even became president. But man, I love it, dude. I love it. All right, let's keep reacting to a few more video clips, though.
Writing it, and I feel like if you loved Everything Will Be Okay, you'll really love this.
So is the message also prioritize your love life?
Well, yes, and I know that a lot of moms and grandmas...
Hey, prioritizing your love life's not a bad thing, man. I like to make sure that I pay attention to my girlfriend as much as possible. That's a big deal. Honestly, that's a big deal to me. And, making sure the people in my life know I care about them and know I'm as available as I can be to be there to help them out. I do the best I can. Sometimes I fall short, admittedly. But let's go, though, dude. Let's go.
And grandpa, they want their young single women to be doing that. I know in some ways it might be unrealistic. There's a statistic that says 68% of people would never even consider dating somebody who voted differently than them. Well, then you're cutting off all of these people.
And that's crazy. And that is wild. It's so funny because liberal men tend to be pussies. And and they're usually and when I say pussies, I mean I'm talking about they're usually wimpy men, and they don't even try to be masculine. They're just so busy being femmy. And then these liberal ladies get with these femmy men, and they're just miserable, right? So, granted, my girlfriend leans pretty left. I lean pretty right. I don't think it makes our relationship any worse. I mean, the only way we would make it worse is if we actually gave that much of a shit about it, I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I know that she believes in some of the causes that I think are dumb. I think there are some causes out there that I think are just stupid, but, I still try to, I respect that she wants to see those causes successful. I actually respect it. I don't think she's dumb. She's actually very smart. In fact, one of the smartest ladies I've ever known. But yeah, just because you and your loved one don't see eye to eye on politics isn't necessarily a bad thing. And I think it's really sad. But yeah, I will say that most leftist men are very, very beta. They are very, very beta. And they got, you know what I mean? That's my opinion. They're usually weak men. They're typically the weakest men that you could ever meet. The weakest men that I've ever met tend to vote Democrat very heavily. That's a pattern I've noticed. It's not, look at, correlation does not always mean causation. But, I mean, that's my opinion. It's not fact. It's just an opinion that I have, and there's nothing wrong with having an opinion. Am I right?
Values are more about how do you want to raise your children? How do you want to have a relationship with me? What do you want to do to give back to our community, to our neighborhood, to our country? Those are the values that really matter. If you, at the end of the day, one votes for Trump and one votes for Biden, oh well, like, it doesn't matter in the end.
You actually spent
That's very true.
time in Wisconsin.
I love Wisconsin. I love everyone I ever met there. I did a 48-hour trip. There's a town called Cedarburg, Wisconsin. It's just a suburb northwest of Milwaukee. You know it well. And you know Candy.
I do.
Who's helping
Candy
me.
Arndt.
I'm
Hi,
having
Candy.
a Candy Arndt, thank you so much. Yes, I work Saturdays and Sundays. I made it happen. I try to make Cedar Falls come alive. My favorite compliment is that people want to move to Cedar Falls after they read it.
I love that. Come to Wisconsin, especially in the summer. All right. Pre-order Dana's new novel, Purple State. It's out this Tuesday. Check out her new op-ed also on foxnews.com. Really quick, what's the op-ed about?
It's basically about if you want to learn the lessons, it's what you do with your children. You hide vegetables in the mac and cheese. All the good lessons that you need your young women to learn, they're hidden in this book.
This sounds like a great graduation gift.
Perfect graduation and great Mother's Day, because mothers and daughters should read it together so they can find some common ground.
It's a book club. It's
definitely a book club. Let's have a book club.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, Dana, we're doing it. All right. By the way, I'm walking away with this.
Okay.
President.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Heck yeah, man. That was amazing. That was awesome. What's former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper saying? It's going to be hard to get a deal done. Let's take a look.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about...
And this is from Bloomberg Television, which I think they're kind of leftist. I don't know if they're leftist or rightist. I have no idea. Either way, let's hope they're fair.
About the chronology here. So we had the announcement from the Iranian foreign minister that the Strait was open on Friday morning. Then a few hours later, we saw a great deal of confusion sown as the president indicated that blockade was going to stay in place. And that's kind of where I want to go with you, is the role of that blockade going forward here, the importance of it as you see it. Is it something that you see as being negotiable here? Do you think it will be negotiated upon at those meetings?
And what's Annie saying here? Hold on. Annie, what are you saying here? Annie says, is it a good video? Yeah.
Annie01200 says, that was a good VID.
Hey, thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate it. Hey, I do want to give a shout out to some of the people who had sent super chats over the last 2 hours. So I'm actually going to play everybody's super chat that had super chatted over the last 2 hours. So you're going to see a fluctuation. Tons of super chats. Here we go.
Laugh out loud. When are you putting pudding on eyebrows again?
No comment. I love these, dude. These are great.
Laugh out loud. Yeah, you pee in the sink. And you don't have brows.
Dude, these super chats honestly get me every time, dude. I love them. Like, these are great supers, man. I appreciate these.
Laugh out loud. UFO files are more important than Judidy files.
Come on, man. Come on. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, Ryan770? I love you, Ryan. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the super chat earlier.
Laugh out loud. Vernon eats human waste. Laugh out loud.
But no, I really do want to say thank you to everybody for all the super chats, though. You guys are amazing. Just everybody, you know, being so kind and donating
Laugh
supers.
out loud.
It just helps.
I haven't heard a toilet flush yet.
But no, big time. Thank you guys for the super chats, though. Really appreciate it, man. All right, let's keep reacting. We got about 15 more minutes left, and I think I'll end the stream.
In Islamabad.
Well, I think, first of all, part of the blockade with regard to Iran, when the foreign minister came out, what he did say is it was lifted, but he mentioned the conditions. And the conditions, of course, were still that shipping had to follow this new route, which was close to the Iranian coastline between their islands, and that they would be managed by the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But that wasn't reported as loudly. It was just that they had opened it. And then, of course, there was a lot of friction within Iran with the hardliners saying that the foreign minister had overstepped his bounds. It was the wrong message. And in fact, they were going to do all those things plus charge tolls. And that caused the counter reaction. Look, I think President Trump putting the blockade on Iran, a few days ago, was a smart move. I think, there's...
Oh, yeah. No, this blockade is absolutely necessary, bro. This blockade is still necessary because they're not willing to work with the United States. And if they're not willing to work with us, then that's going to be a problem. I mean, that's going to be a huge, heavy problem in a lot of ways.
There's no reason why Iran should be allowed to reap the benefits of oil revenues coming out of the Gulf and sustain its fight, while shipping from friendly countries is not allowed to go. So I thought that was smart. I think that's what put pressure on the Iranians. And I was a little surprised that he didn't lift it when they lifted it. But nonetheless, we are where we are this morning, with both sides clamping down on control of the Strait, and it effectively bottled up at this point in time once again.
And what do you make of the president's renewed threats here this morning? He says he will go after every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Do you consider that a war crime? And what does it mean for the state as a whole, David?
I don't think it's a war crime. Here's the thing. If Iran's government is not going to comply with these peace talks, they're not even going to come to the table, and we've given them warning time and time again, I think it's completely justified to take out the power plants and to take out the bridges. It's absolutely justified. Whether you want to admit it or not, all you woke people, it's like whatever. Tap the subscribe button if you guys think that these people are being woke. I think they're being woke.
David was asking earlier, wouldn't that just lead to a failed state? If there's no infrastructure left, there's no power center left, there's no ability to have a democracy in Iran.
Well, first of all, that's his negotiating style, right? To threaten and to amp up the.
Well, you have to threaten Iran. That's the only language. That's their love language, basically, is violence. I mean, the Iranian government's love language is violence.
Rhetoric, and maybe force them to step down or at least reconsider their position.
And I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It's just the truth.
Iranians, and so he's going back to where he was just about a week ago, I think, in terms of timing. So that's not surprising. This question with regard to war crimes, it all depends on how the planners, the targeteers, and the lawyers look at different targets, whether it's a power plant or a bridge or a highway, and how close its connection is to the military. So, for example, if you have a power plant sitting on a military base, powering that base, then it's a legitimate target. As you get further and further away from such direct connectivity, then it becomes more dubious. And so I think the military is going to have to work through all those different issues, case by case, target by target, to come to that final understanding, if indeed that is where the military goes in this next phase.
I think the thing that has led to a lot of the fogginess we've experienced over the last 36 or 48 hours is just not being able to get a sense of the degree to which what the president is saying the Iranians have agreed to is in fact what they have agreed to. And you know well the difficulties of engaging in any kind of diplomacy or negotiations with the Iranians. Of course, you were in the first term when the president pulled out of the JCPOA. Talk a bit about that, if you would, the way the U.S. can verify what in fact the Iranians are actually saying they're doing, what they have done. Yes, perhaps this will be haggled out over the table there in Islam.
Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I still think there's going to be they're going to come to some sort of conclusion. I think ultimately they're going to figure it out, but my God, it's a tough one to figure.
But leading up to it, how do we know what we know, to ask a very basic and cumbersome question?
Yeah, look, it's tough. I mean, obviously, the president raises expectations with some of the things he says. Maybe he's picking up spot reports from his advisors, which maybe is missing some nuance. But nonetheless, the expectation was real. Or as the president's been saying, that we're very, very close to a deal, that they want it really badly. And then what you hear coming out of Iran, as recently as the last 24 hours, where the lead negotiator, Speaker Ghalibaf, has said, yes, progress was made in Islamabad last week, but we are far from there are significant differences between our negotiating positions. Now, he's the lead negotiator, and I'm paraphrasing. And so, but that shows there's a much bigger gap. Now, look, I'll also say that what the Iranians say publicly to the West and what they say privately to their own people are two different things, because they're trying to manage a domestic audience. So it is hard to parse through what's going on. But
the Iranian media, the Iranian state media is trying to convince their people, oh, yeah, we're tough. We could still handle the U.S. Yeah, but deep down, the Iranian government knows that they can't handle the U.S. military. And if they don't come to the table and negotiate in good faith, if they don't come up with a deal by the time that Trump's gonna have to take action. He's got to do something, man. And at this point, it's got to be obliteration. Either the Iranian government complies or their critical infrastructure gets obliterated. That's all there is to it. Their bridges, everything. Everything. And all they have to do is come to the table and agree not to create a nuclear weapon, not to control the Strait of Hormuz. That's pretty much the two main demands. It should be simple. It should be very simple, but yet Iran makes things so difficult for themselves. They should know they're outgunned, outmatched, and that they have no shot at winning this. Iran has zero shot at winning this. You know that, dude. You know that. None. Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. I think you guys know I'm right.
Annie01200
Oh wait, Annie, is
says,
today your birthday?
Sorry Garza, I have to go. Heading out with friends for a birthday dinner.
No, that's always
You'll
fine.
tune in next live.
Oh, no
Great
no worries.
stream, buddy. Later, guys.
You got to live your life. You got to live your life, Annie. Go live your life, my friend. That's more important. Is it your birthday today? Or is it a friend of yours' birthday? Oh, it's your birthday today? Hey, everybody, give a shout out to Happy Birthday to Annie, everybody. Everybody give a big shout out. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Pink brony bro. No, but really, happy birthday, Annie. I didn't realize it was your birthday today. You might have probably mentioned it earlier in the chat. And if you did mention it earlier in the chat and I skimmed over it somehow, I just want to apologize. But, dude, happy birthday, Annie. Big happy birthday. I hope you have a fun dinner and just enjoy yourself. Have fun with your friends. Have fun with your family. I think that's excellent. Again, everybody, give a huge shout out to Annie. It's her birthday today.
Annie01200
Thank you so much, Annie, for tuning in. Just to have a fun birthday.
It's my
okay?
birthday.
Happy birthday, and Jeremy Stark says happy birthday.
Jeremy Stark 3350 says, happy birthday, Annie.
Everybody in the chat, give your warm happy birthday wishes to Annie. Everybody in the chat, come on. Everybody who's in the chat right now, give your happy birthday wishes to Annie. She's been one of the biggest fans of this show, and I like to show my love to the biggest fans by giving them shout outs and kudos. So, Annie, happy birthday, friend. You go have fun. Kick some ass, okay? Have some fun. Have a good birthday. Super cool, though. I didn't even realize it was Annie's birthday today. But huge shout out, everybody. Everybody give a shout out to Annie for her birthday, man. We all love Annie on this channel, man. Annie's awesome.
I look at each side's negotiating positions, going back to the 15 points proposed by President Trump and the 10 points proposed by the Iranians. I just see few.
Wait, you're saying I deleted a video? I didn't delete a stream. Last night's stream is up and ready. It's still up. Yeah, the stream from. By the way, the live stream from last night is still listed. The live stream from last night is still up, dude. It's still there. It never went away. What are you talking about, Brony? What are you talking about, man? Holy crap, bros. You're a pink brony, bro.
Two areas of agreement. The big issues, there's a major disagreement when it comes to nuclear enrichment, when it comes to returning the nuclear fuel, when it comes to what's going to be the future of the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, when we talked yesterday about what the foreign minister said and what the IRGC is saying is the new normal they want to establish is that they have sovereignty over the strait, and they will control and manage who goes through, and they will impose tolls, much like what happens at the Panama Canal. And that's clearly something we, the West, cannot tolerate. So I think this is just going to have to play out over the coming days. I still see the positions, based on my historical understanding of where both sides are, as too far apart.
Oh, somebody said hi in the chat. Tweety Bird says hi. Hello, Tweety Bird.
71 said hi.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So wait, so Jeremy Stark and Captain Waspiner. So you guys, look, people donate to the channel, man. People give super chats, people give gifts. I mean, like it's not like they don't, dude. I mean, people also, I have people who become members. They pay 99 cents a month for the membership, and it's a cheap membership on purpose. I don't like to dig too deep into my audience's pockets. I really don't. I mean, if I can get a little bit out of them, great, but I don't want to take a bunch.
To get a deal here in the next 48, 72 hours.
Do you think this conflict was a strategic blunder by the U.S., given that Iran has now figured out?
Hell no, dude. This is strategic success by the U.S. Are you kidding me? Strategic success. It's been a strategic success.
Even if it gives up its nuclear program, it has a more powerful card to play in closing the strait.
At least economically, yeah.
You know, you can't tally the score until the game's over. And, right now, obviously, we've had considerable progress at the military level, which with regard to taking down the military objectives of defeating their Navy, degrading their air defense, their Air Force, so forth and so on. But at this point in time, at the strategic level, we know that Iran is still refusing to yield to our nuclear demands, and that was ostensibly the reason why we got into this conflict 8 weeks.
It's a big deal, man. If they're not gonna yield to those demands, I mean, I don't even know what the point is anymore.
Weeks ago, if you recall, in Geneva, Witkoff and Kushner said, "Look, the Iranians aren't serious on the nuclear issue. We need to try something different." And that's when Operation Epic Fury was launched. I'm sorry. So.
But would you agree with this operation in your time? If the president came to you when you were running the Pentagon, would you have said this was a good idea?
Well, this happened at times during my tenure. I would say, look, these are the things we can do, but wars are unpredictable. Once you get into them, it's easy to get in, but hard to get out. And I talk about this a lot in my memoir, about how we would have these discussions, and it would be myself and the chairman warning about.
Honestly, but the war is pretty much over. The Iranian war is pretty much over. They have no military. You know what I mean? And that's the way I see it. But I think you guys see where I'm coming from, right? Come on. I think a lot of you guys see where I'm coming from. You have to, hopefully. I hope. But no, this war's pretty much over. This war's pretty much won. And to those of you guys who don't believe it, dude, the war's pretty much done. I mean, look, if your opponent's military is pretty much gone, if your opponent's military is virtually gone and non-existent, then I would say that's a pretty good war victory right there. Sounds pretty good to me. At least in my mind. But that's the way I see it, though. And you guys could say whatever you want. Totally fine. But that's the way I see it. That's the way I'm feeling it. That's the way I'm calculating it. If you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. We're currently sitting at 10,113 subs. Once again, we're at 10,113 subscribers. The more subscribers we get, the better. We eventually want to get to 20,000 subscribers, that's for sure. So, like I say, the more subscribers we get, the better. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one. But I do want to thank you guys. I think we might just wind down the show today. I'll do a show later on tonight. But do you guys think we should keep going? Do you guys think I should keep the show going for a little longer? Hell, if we get an influx of gifts and super chats, I mean, I'm definitely, that's an incentive to keep the show going on for another 15 minutes. Like, seriously, if we get gifts and super chats, I'll keep the show going on for another 15 minutes or so. Or memberships, if you guys want to become members, 99 cents a month. But yeah, no. So, I mean, the majority of this show, the majority of the live streams are all fan-funded. So this stream itself, the live stream itself, is completely fan-funded. Now, the short videos that I do are actually monetized, so that helps. But I have affiliate links and stuff like that in there too. But yeah, if you guys can, don't forget to give gifts. Don't forget to give super chats. We could probably keep this going on for a little while longer. But yeah, Trump's the man. Obviously, we all know that Trump's the GOAT, dude. But yeah, no, I've been streaming for about 4 hours. Got a lot of super chats, a lot of gifts today. So I want to thank everybody for sending gifts. Oh, we just got a gift. Oh, is that a baby? What the hell? Did somebody just send? What the fuck? Oh, Tweety Bird. Hey, everybody, give a shout out to Tweety Bird 71 for sending a stay. It's a turtle. It's a turtle. So everybody, give a shout out to Tweety Bird 71 for sending us a stay hydrated gift for 550 joules. You know what? That sounds good to me. I'm going to keep the show going. We're going to keep the show going for about 15 minutes longer. So, Tweety Bird, I really do want to thank you for that gift. By the way, thank you for the gift, Tweety Bird. I really do appreciate it. So everybody, give a shout out to Tweety Bird. Thank you once again at Tweety Bird 71 for the super chat. That's 550 joules, man. That's extra dough that's extra money for the show. So anytime people give us gifts, man, it really goes a long way. So any gifts you guys want to give right now, it really does help the channel monetarily speaking. Anyway, yeah, we'll keep going for about 15 more minutes. We'll end the stream at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll probably react to maybe one more video, and then I got to get some exercise for the day, man. But let's watch another video real quick. Let's see what other breaking news is happening. Give me just another moment, though. No way. Anthony Cumia ended up hosting an episode of InfoWars. That's hilarious, dude. Anthony Cumia is a stud, by the way. Give me a moment, you guys. All right, guys, it's taking a quick little 1-2. Just, I'll be right back in just a few seconds. Or not just a few seconds, a few minutes. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Just got off the phone with my mom, and she's on some new cancer medications, and that's good. It's good. I figured I would just let you guys know what's going on. So they found some additional little spots on her brain, and outlook is looking good, though. She's going to be on some very promising new cancer medication, and she's going to be going through some additional radiation treatments, but things are looking a little better than expected, thank goodness. She's in very good spirits, and the doctors are really making sure she's fine, which is great. I'm honestly just happy that she seems to be doing better. That's good, because she was having some headaches because of these things, but because of the new the oral cancer treatments and stuff like that she's taken, she's able to feel better. And it's been a roller coaster, man. But yeah, sorry I had you guys on mute the entire time. I just didn't want to, yeah. I think she's going to do fine ultimately. I always just feel like with everything that she's had to go through with all this, it's just so, thank you, Todd. Thank you, Cruz. I appreciate you guys praying for my mom on that one. You know, they got her on some really, really promising cancer pills at the moment that are basically there to essentially eradicate any little tumors that are developing. I think I should probably go for a walk, you guys. The good news is, I will say the good news is this. She's responding well to the new stuff. And she's going to be, doing like certain radiation treatment to some of those little small, tiny little tumors. They're like tiny. They're not crazy. They're able to catch them in time, and they're able to do something about it. Yeah, I think yeah, I'll probably do some live streaming later. Okay, yeah, yeah. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you guys for chilling out, and I think I'm just going to go maybe shoot some baskets or something, Maybe I'll play a little bit of basketball to take my mind off everything and just kind of relax. Okay, anyway, I'm out.